Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where I break down some of the most fascinating and dark unsolved mysteries, from the most well-known to the most obscure. On this iceberg, we will explore a book written in an undecipherable language, a tale of green-skinned children, a mysterious hum that you may have heard, and much more. Also, this is an iceberg series that I intend to build upon. There are a near infinite amount of unsolved mysteries out there, so look out for my next videos in this series. If all goes well, this will be the basis for a series for years to come. But before we dive in, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more lazy chill zone content. Also, join the Discord to connect with a community of like-minded people. And for people who want to take it to the next level, check out my Patreon or consider purchasing a YouTube membership. It all helps big time. All the links are in the description below. Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle, a mysterious region in the North Atlantic Ocean, is infamous for the unexplained disappearances of ships and aircraft. It is loosely defined by its three vertices in Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. Historically, the Bermuda Triangle gained notoriety through a series of unexplained disappearances starting in the early 20th century. Notable incidents include the disappearance of the USS Cyclops in 1918 and Flight 19 in 1945, both vanishing without a trace. These events, along with others, have cemented the Triangle's reputation as a place of mystery and intrigue, sparking numerous theories and speculation about the causes of these disappearances. Geographically, the Bermuda Triangle covers about 500,000 square miles of ocean, a significant and heavily trafficked area. The region is subject to complex climatic conditions, including powerful Gulf Stream currents and sudden severe weather changes. Several scientific theories have been proposed to explain the phenomena associated with the Bermuda Triangle. These include the presence of methane hydrates on the ocean floor. Additionally, the area's unique weather patterns and magnetic anomalies are often cited as factors that can lead to navigational issues. However, no single theory universally accounts for all the disappearances, and many of the proposed explanations remain speculative. Supernatural theories surrounding the Bermuda Triangle often involve extraterrestrial activity, time warps, and other dimensional phenomena. Such theories are popular in fiction and folklore, appealing to the mystery and unknown aspects of the triangle, despite being dismissed by the scientific community as speculative and unfounded. D.B. Cooper. D.B. Cooper is an alias for an unidentified individual who hijacked Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305 on November 24, 1971. This case remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in FBI history, involving a daring mid-flight ransom demand and escape. He conveyed his demand for $200,000 and 4 parachutes through a note to a flight attendant. After receiving the ransom and the parachutes at Seattle-Tacoma Airport, Cooper released the passengers. The plane took off again, heading towards Mexico City, as per his instructions, with the crew and Cooper on board. While flying over the dense forests of southwestern Washington, Cooper jumped out of the plane with a parachute and the ransom money. Despite extensive searches by the FBI, neither Cooper nor a significant part of the ransom was ever found. The rugged, wooded terrain and the uncertainties surrounding his jump's precise location have made this one of the most elusive manhunts in history. Speculations about his fate vary widely, with some believing he perished during the jump and others suggesting he successfully escaped. Despite extensive analysis of found evidence like a portion of the ransom money and a clip-on tie, the case remains the only unsolved skyjacking in history. Amelia Earhart's disappearance. Amelia Earhart, a pioneering aviator, embarked on a daring around-the-world flight in 1937. Her attempt to circumnavigate the globe tragically ended in one of history's most enduring mysteries, with Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, vanishing without a trace. Earhart's final flight in her Lockheed Electra began on June 1, 1937, with the goal of flying around the world along the equator. Her journey was fraught with challenges, including mechanical issues and navigational difficulties. The last communication from Earhart was on July 2, 1937, near Howland Island in the Pacific Ocean. Despite being close to her destination, she reported difficulty in finding the island and poor weather conditions, complicating her navigation. Following her last transmission, an extensive search operation was launched, becoming one of the largest in history. The U.S. Navy and Coast Guard scoured the ocean, but no trace of Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft was found. In 1939, Earhart was officially declared lost at sea. The disappearance sparked numerous theories and continued investigations, but the exact fate of Earhart and Noonan remains a mystery. Over the decades, theories about Earhart's disappearance have ranged from crashing at sea to being captured by Japanese forces. Some hypothesize that they landed on an uninhabited island and eventually perished. Despite various expeditions and analyses of potential artifacts, conclusive evidence of Earhart's final resting place continues to elude researchers and historians. The Zodiac Killer. The Zodiac Killer is an unidentified serial killer who terrorized Northern California in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Known for his cryptic letters and ciphers sent to newspapers, his identity remains one of the most elusive in American criminal history, with a series of unsolved murders attributed to him. The Zodiac Killer is confirmed to have committed 5 murders between 1968 and 1969, though he claimed to have killed as many as 37. His victims were primarily young couples in secluded areas, along with a lone taxi driver. The Zodiac taunted police and the public with letters to newspapers, some containing ciphers, boasting of the killings and threatening more violence. These communications, often beginning with the phrase, "This is the Zodiac speaking," became a chilling hallmark of his crimes, with only a few of the ciphers being definitively solved. The investigation into the Zodiac Killer involved several law enforcement agencies, including the FBI. Despite extensive efforts, the case was hampered by the lack of advanced forensic technology at the time, inconsistencies in witness statements, and the geographical spread of the crimes. The Zodiac's letters and ciphers were intensely scrutinized for clues, and numerous suspects were investigated, but definitive evidence linking anyone to all the crimes was never found. Over the years, the case has been periodically reopened as new technologies, like DNA analysis, have developed, but it remains officially unsolved. Over the decades, various theories about the Zodiac's identity have been proposed, and several suspects have been named, but no charges have ever been laid. One theory suggests the Zodiac could have been a police officer or military member familiar with investigative techniques. The case has also spawned conspiracy theories and claims of false confessions, but despite an almost unprecedented output of man-hours over half a century, the case is no closer to being resolved today than it was then. Mary Celeste. The Mary Celeste is an infamous maritime mystery involving a fully equipped ship found drifting and deserted in the Atlantic Ocean. Discovered on December 5, 1872, the ship's abandonment remains one of the most puzzling enigmas in nautical history, with its crew and passengers vanishing without a trace. The Mary Celeste was found by a British brig, adrift in the Atlantic near the Azores. The ship was largely intact and still under sail, but without a soul on board. Its cargo of denatured alcohol was untouched, personal belongings were undisturbed, and the crew's provisions remained plentiful. The only lifeboat was missing, and the ship's logbook had not been updated for 10 days. Despite these eerie findings, there were no signs of violence or struggle, fueling widespread speculation about the fate of the crew and passengers. An official investigation followed the ship's return to port. Theories about the crew's disappearance ranged from piracy and mutiny to natural disasters and supernatural phenomena. However, no evidence of foul play or violence was found. Speculation was rife, with stories of sea monsters, ghost ships, and Bermuda Triangle-like phenomena gaining popularity. The lack of concrete evidence led to wild conjecture and myth-making, overshadowing the more mundane possibilities. The crew's fate remained an enduring mystery, with the investigation ultimately failing to provide a satisfactory explanation for their disappearance. Over the years, more plausible theories have emerged. One suggests that the crew abandoned ship due to a fear of an explosion, as fumes from the alcohol cargo may have built up in the hold. Another theory posits a sudden water spout, which could have caused a rapid influx of water, leading the crew to believe the ship was sinking. The Lost Colony of Roanoke. The Lost Colony of Roanoke is one of the oldest unsolved mysteries in American history. Established in 1587 on Roanoke Island, North Carolina, the entire colony vanished by 1590, leaving behind no clear indication of the settlers' fate and only cryptic clues to hint at what might have happened. Roanoke Colony was founded by a group of English settlers led by John White, who was later appointed as its governor. Initially, relations with the local Native American tribes were strained, adding to the colony's struggles. White returned to England for supplies, but his return was delayed due to England's war with Spain. When he finally came back to Roanoke in 1590, he found the settlement deserted. The houses had been dismantled, and there was no trace of the 115 colonists he had left behind, including his daughter and granddaughter, the first English child born in America. Upon his return, White found the word Croatoan carved into a post. He took these as signs that the colonists had moved to Croatoan Island, but worsening weather and other circumstances prevented him from conducting a search. No evidence of a struggle or battle was found at the site, and the colonists' belongings had largely disappeared. This lack of clear evidence left the fate of the Roanoke settlers a mystery, giving rise to numerous theories and speculations. Some suggest they were absorbed into friendly Native American tribes. Others hypothesize that they were either killed or taken captive by hostile tribes. Paranormal explanations, such as alien abduction, have also been suggested in modern times. The Voynich Manuscript. The Voynich Manuscript is one of the most enigmatic books ever found. Discovered in 1912 by antique book dealer Wilfrid Voynich, the manuscript is famous for its unknown writing system and mysterious illustrations. Its origins, authorship, and purpose remain one of the most intriguing puzzles in the history of cryptography. Physically, the Voynich manuscript consists of about 240 vellum pages, some of which fold out to reveal larger diagrams. It's divided into several sections based on its content, each featuring unique illustrations. The botanical section contains drawings of unidentifiable plants. The astronomical section includes diagrams of celestial bodies and zodiac signs. The biological section is filled with drawings of small human figures and what appears to be biological cells. The manuscript also includes a pharmacological section with drawings of medicinal herbs and an obscure section with dense text and unknown symbols, adding to its mystique. The manuscript's history prior to the 20th century is shrouded in mystery. It is believed to have been created in the 15th century, based on carbon dating of the vellum. Wilfrid Voynich acquired the manuscript in 1912 from a Jesuit college in Italy, after which it gained public attention. It was likely initially owned by the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II, who reportedly believed it was the work of Roger Bacon, a 13th century English philosopher. Deciphering the Voynich manuscript has been a challenge due to its unknown alphabet and language. Numerous cryptographers, linguists, and historians have attempted to decode it, including figures during both world wars. The text does not match any known language, and statistical analysis shows patterns distinct from other languages. While some words have been identified in repeated sequences, their meanings remain elusive. Techniques ranging from computer algorithms to historical linguistic analysis have been applied, but no definitive interpretation has been accepted by the scholarly community. Some even propose that the manuscript is an elaborate hoax, although the complexity and detail of the work make this theory less likely in my view. Theories about the Voynich manuscript range from the plausible to the fantastical. Some scholars suggest it may be a treatise on nature, written in a deliberately obscure language to protect its secrets. Others speculate it could be a lost alchemical compendium. More esoteric theories propose extraterrestrial origins, or a connection to a secret society. My personal theory is that the manuscript is some sort of creation of an alchemical secret society. The cryptic illustrations and text could be symbolic representations of the society's beliefs, rituals, and understanding of the world. The manuscript might have functioned both as a sacred text for the society and as a tool to obscure their practices from outsiders, or perhaps the ability to interpret it was one of the mysteries an inductee into the society received. What evidence do I have for this theory? About as much evidence as all the other theories have. None. But that's what makes the Voynich manuscript so fascinating, isn't it? The Dyatlov Pass Incident. The Dyatlov Pass incident refers to the mysterious deaths of 9 hikers in the Ural Mountains of Russia in February 1959. This perplexing event, occurring on the eastern side of Kholat Cycle, has puzzled experts for decades, with its strange circumstances and unexplained aspects continuing to provoke debate and speculation. The group, led by Igor Dyatlov, consisted of experienced hikers from the Ural Polytechnical Institute. The team embarked on their journey in late January 1959, facing harsh winter conditions. They maintained a diary and took photographs, documenting their progress. On January 31st, they arrived at the edge of a highland area and prepared to climb. In a move that would later seem ominous, Dyatlov agreed to send a telegram to their sports club once the group returned to Vijay, but they never made it. After the hikers failed to return, a search operation was launched. Rescuers discovered the group's tent on Kholat Cycle, badly damaged and abandoned. The tent was cut open from the inside, and belongings, including shoes, were left behind, indicating a hasty departure. The bodies of the hikers were found at varying distances from the tent, in different states of undress, which was puzzling given the freezing temperatures. The initial discovery of the bodies only deepened the mystery, with no immediate explanation for their bizarre and tragic end. The official investigation found that the hikers died of hypothermia, but this explanation did not account for the perplexing details of the scene. Some bodies showed signs of severe trauma, such as a fractured skull and chest injuries, comparable to a car crash. One of the hikers had her tongue and eyes missing. Theories ranged from an attack by indigenous Mansi people to secret military involvement. The investigation noted high levels of radiation on some clothing and strange orange skin and gray hair on the bodies. These findings fueled various theories, but the investigation concluded inconclusively, citing an unknown compelling force as the cause of death. Over the years, numerous theories have been proposed to explain the Dyatlov Pass incident, including avalanche, military experiments, and even extraterrestrial encounters. Recent investigations suggest a small avalanche could have forced the group out of their tent, with subsequent hypothermia and panic leading to their demise. However, this theory does not fully explain all the bizarre aspects of the incident. The Oak Island Money Pit. The Oak Island Money Pit, located on Oak Island in Nova Scotia, Canada, has been shrouded in mystery for centuries. Famous for its supposed buried treasure, the Money Pit has captivated treasure hunters and enthusiasts for over 2 centuries, with numerous theories about what lies deep beneath its surface. Discovered in 1795 by a teenager named Daniel McGinnis, the Oak Island Money Pit initially appeared as a circular depression in the ground. Early excavations uncovered a layer of flagstones and several platforms of logs at regular intervals down the pit, along with marks on the walls of the shaft suggesting the use of picks. As excavations continued, the pit revealed more complex features, including a series of booby traps. At 90 feet, a stone inscribed with mysterious symbols was found, leading to heightened speculation. However, when diggers reached a depth of about 100 feet, the pit flooded with seawater, thwarting further exploration and hinting at an ingeniously engineered trap system. Over the 19th and 20th centuries, the Money Pit attracted numerous expeditions. Treasure hunters attempted to overcome the water traps and dig deeper, but with limited success. Various methods were employed, from drilling to dynamiting, each leading to more intriguing finds, but no treasure. Notable discoveries included pieces of chain, wood slivers, and other materials at various depths, along with more flood tunnels. These efforts, however, often resulted in collapsed excavations and further flooding, with the mystery of the pit deepening with each attempt. In recent years, the Oak Island mystery has been the focus of several television series, bringing modern technology and new theories to the fore. Teams equipped with advanced machinery and expertise continue to explore the island, uncovering artifacts like coins, old tools, and fragments of parchment, which fuel further speculation. Theories about the Money Pit's contents range from pirate treasure, such as that of Captain Kidd, to historical artifacts like the Ark of the Covenant, or, and I'm not joking here, Shakespearean manuscripts. However, in my view, the pit was used to hide booty seized by British privateers during the American Revolution, and was likely retrieved upon completion of the war. The Black Dahlia. The Black Dahlia case is one of the most infamous unsolved crimes in American history. The ending of Elizabeth Short, whose body was found in Los Angeles in 1947, has been shrouded in mystery and intrigue for decades. Elizabeth Short, a young woman from Massachusetts, moved to Los Angeles with dreams of becoming an actress. In LA, she struggled to find work in the film industry, but was often seen socializing in the Hollywood area with influential people connected with the film industry. On January 15, 1947, Elizabeth Short's body was discovered in a vacant lot in the Leimert Park neighborhood of Los Angeles. Unfortunately, the details of this crime are too graphic for YouTube. The case quickly attracted a media frenzy, and Short was posthumously nicknamed the Black Dahlia in the press, a name that has since become synonymous with the case. The investigation into Short's murder was extensive, involving numerous law enforcement officers and leading to the interrogation of several suspects. Despite the high-profile nature of the case and the public's fascination with it, the authorities faced dead ends. Over the years, dozens of people have been suspected, ranging from known criminals to Short's acquaintances, but no one has ever been definitively linked to the murder, leaving it a cold case. The Tamam Shud case. The Tamam Shud case, also known as the Mystery of the Somerton Man, is one of Australia's most enduring unsolved cases. It began with the discovery of an unidentified man's body on Somerton Beach in 1948. Dressed in a suit and without identification, his possessions included an unused train ticket, a comb, gum, and cigarettes. An autopsy revealed no obvious cause of death, and his dental records matched no known person. The lack of clues and the man's unknown identity set the stage for one of Australia's most baffling mysteries. The mystery deepened when a small piece of paper with the words Tamam Shud, meaning ended or finished in Persian, was found in a hidden pocket of the man's trousers. This led to the discovery of a book, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, with a phone number and an indecipherable code scribbled inside. Despite extensive efforts, the code has never been cracked, and the book's connection to the man remains a mystery. The investigation into the Somerton man's identity and cause of death encountered numerous dead ends. Theories ranged from him being a spy, given the Cold War context, to a jilted lover. The phone number in the book led to a woman who denied knowing the man, but seemed visibly shaken when shown a plaster cast of his face. Despite numerous leads and theories, the case remained unsolved, with no conclusive evidence to explain the man's identity or the circumstances of his death. The Hinterkaifeck Slayings. The Hinterkaifeck Slayings, a chilling, unsolved case from 1922, involved the gruesome slaying of 6 people at the Hinterkaifeck farm in Germany. The case's mysterious circumstances and the identity of the criminal have perplexed experts for nearly a century. Hinterkaifeck was a remote farmstead located north of Munich. Its residents included farmer Andreas Gruber, his wife Kazilia, their daughter Victoria, her children Kazilia and Joseph, and the maid, Maria Baumgartner. On April 4, 1922, neighbors discovered their bodies, with unspeakable acts having been committed. The investigation revealed the maid and the entire family had been ended with a pickaxe-like tool. Strangely, the farm animals were found well fed, and neighbors reported seeing smoke from the chimney days after the slayings, suggesting the responsible party remained at the farm. The investigation was hampered by the lack of advanced forensic techniques and the isolated location of the farm. Initial police work focused on interviewing locals and examining the crime scene, but no definitive evidence was found. Some evidence was mysterious, such as footprints discovered in the snow leading to the farm, but not away from it. Further, reports were noted of strange sounds heard in the attic prior to the crime, and reports of missing keys suggested the individual might have hidden on the farm before committing the crimes. Despite these clues, the authorities struggled to piece together a clear picture of the events. Over the years, several theories and suspects have been proposed. One theory suggested that Victoria's husband, who had reportedly died in World War I, had returned to commit the acts. Others believed it could have been a robbery gone wrong or a crime of passion. Perhaps the most sinister theory is that a vagrant had lived in their attic unbeknownst to the family, and perhaps fearing discovery, slew the family and their maid. Various local residents and transient laborers were suspected, but no conclusive evidence was ever found to link anyone to the crimes. Given that this one is now over 100 years old, it seems unlikely that the case will ever be solved. The Phoenix Lights. The Phoenix Lights phenomenon, witnessed on March 13, 1997, stands as one of the most famous and widely observed UFO sightings in history. Spanning across Arizona, Nevada, and parts of Mexico, the event involves sightings of mysterious lights and craft by thousands of people. The Phoenix Lights were first reported around 7:30 p.m., with sightings continuing well into the night. The event unfolded in 2 distinct phases. The first involved a series of stationary lights seen in a triangular formation, while the second featured a series of stationary lights that lingered in the sky. Witnesses described seeing a massive V-shaped craft spanning several football fields in length, silently gliding over their heads. The lights were described as bright and orb-like, maintaining a steady formation. Reports came from a wide range of observers, including experienced pilots and police officers. The phenomenon covered a swath of about 300 miles, from the Nevada line through Phoenix to the northern edge of Tucson. Public reaction to the Phoenix lights ranged from awe and curiosity to fear and skepticism. The media quickly picked up the story, with local news channels and national programs covering the sightings. Initial explanations from authorities suggested that the lights were flares dropped by military aircraft during training exercises. However, this explanation was met with skepticism by many witnesses, who noted the silent, steady movement of the lights, inconsistent with the behavior of flares. The lack of an immediate and clear explanation from military or governmental organizations fueled further speculation and debate about the nature of the lights. In response to public demand, several investigations were launched into the Phoenix lights. These included efforts by UFO research organizations, independent researchers, and eventually, some governmental inquiries. The Air Force initially denied any involvement, but later claimed that the lights were indeed flares dropped by A-10 Warthog aircraft during training exercises. However, many researchers and eyewitnesses disputed this account, pointing out discrepancies in the timing and characteristics of the lights compared to typical flare behavior. Eyewitness accounts of the Phoenix lights were diverse and numerous. Many witnesses reported feeling a sense of awe and wonder at the sight, with some describing a feeling of peacefulness. Pilots and aviation experts who saw the lights noted their precise formation and the lack of sound, unlike any aircraft known at the time. Interestingly, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington, who initially mocked the incident by dressing up an aide in an alien outfit, later admitted to having witnessed the phenomenon himself, describing it as otherworldly and unlike any man-made object. The Sodder Children disappearance. The Sodder Children disappearance refers to the mysterious vanishing of 5 siblings following a devastating house fire on Christmas Eve, 1945, in Fayetteville, West Virginia. The Sodder family's home was engulfed in flames during the early hours of Christmas Day. George and Jenny Sodder, along with 4 of their 9 children, escaped, but 5 of the Sodder children were thought to be trapped inside. However, a subsequent search of the ruins yielded no remains, leading to speculation that the children had not perished in the fire. Questions arose about the fire's cause, with some evidence suggesting possible foul play, further deepening the mystery. The absence of remains led to extensive searches and investigations, both by authorities and the Sodder family. The initial investigation was hampered by professional mistakes, and the fire's cause was controversially attributed to faulty wiring. The Sodder family contested this conclusion, noting several unusual circumstances, such as a ladder being moved, strange phone calls before the fire, and reports of the children being seen after the fire. The FBI became involved, but no conclusive evidence was found. The lack of physical remains in the fire's debris particularly fueled speculation that the children might have been kidnapped or had escaped. Various theories have been proposed regarding the children's fate. However, the most popular theory suggests they were kidnapped by someone with a grudge against George Sodder for his outspoken criticism of Mussolini and the fascist regime in Italy. Another theory suggests that the attack and kidnappings were done by the mafia. Over the years, numerous leads and sightings were reported. However, the most chilling piece of evidence to emerge was a letter including a photograph sent to the family in the 1960s, purportedly showing one of the missing children as an adult. For what it's worth, the family believes the missing children may have been taken to Italy, where they lived out their lives. The lack of any further contact past 1967 was understood by the remaining family members to potentially be out of concern for the safety of all parties involved. My view, or perhaps hope, is that these kids did survive. There's just too many weird factors here, and it stretches credulity to believe that 5 bodies could vanish to nothing from a standard house fire. I note that the missing children may still be alive today, so there's hope of a real resolution here. The most plausible way I see this happening is if relatives connect through a popular DNA testing service. The Rendlesham Forest Incident. The Rendlesham Forest Incident, often dubbed Britain's Roswell, is a series of reported sightings of unexplained lights and alleged UFO encounters near RAF Woodbridge in Suffolk, England, in December 1980. The incident began on the night of December 26, 1980, when military personnel from RAF Woodbridge observed strange lights descending into Rendlesham Forest. Thinking it was a downed aircraft, they ventured into the forest to investigate. There, they encountered a metallic, glowing object with colored lights. As they approached, it reportedly moved through the trees, avoiding their approach. The servicemen described it as a craft of unknown origin, sparking immediate interest and concern within the military community. Over the following nights, additional personnel, including the deputy base commander, reported further strange lights, not only in the forest, but also in the sky above. The base commander led a team into the forest and recorded their observations on a tape recorder. His team observed unexplained lights moving through the trees and a pulsating glow from an unidentified object. They also found impressions and scorings on the ground where the initial sighting occurred. Geiger counter readings taken at the site showed higher than normal radiation levels, adding to the mystery. Several military witnesses provided detailed accounts. The base commander's recorded audio from that night conveyed real-time reactions to the unfolding events, describing beams of light streaming down from the sky and the erratic movements of the lights. Other servicemen corroborated these observations, with some reporting that the animals on a nearby farm went into a frenzy during the incident. The consistency of these accounts, coupled with the military standing of the witnesses, lent a significant degree of credibility to the events. The Max Headroom Broadcast Signal Intrusion. The Max Headroom Broadcast Signal Intrusion is a notorious television event that occurred on November 22, 1987, in Chicago. Unknown individuals hijacked the broadcast signals of 2 local TV stations, WGN-TV and WTTW, temporarily interrupting scheduled programming. This act, carried out by individuals who have never been identified, has entered the pop culture pantheon. The first intrusion happened during WGN-TV's 9 p.m. news broadcast. At approximately 9:14 p.m., the screen abruptly went black before being replaced by a person wearing a Max Headroom mask and sunglasses, set against a corrugated metal background that mimicked the character's dynamic, computer-generated background. The intrusion lasted only about 25 seconds, with no audio aside from a buzzing noise, before engineers at WGN switched the broadcast frequency and regained control. Later that night, at approximately 11:15 p.m., during a broadcast of a Doctor Who episode, the signal was again hijacked. This time, the intrusion lasted about 90 seconds. The figure, again wearing a Max Headroom mask, was this time accompanied by distorted and garbled audio. The person made various nonsensical statements, references to WGN commentators, and exhibited bizarre behaviors. At one point, the mask was removed, revealing a partly obscured face. The broadcast ended with a shot of a rump being roasted with a fly swatter. The intrusions caused immediate confusion and concern among viewers and broadcasters. WGN's news anchor, Dan Rohn, was visibly bemused when the signal returned to the newsroom, joking, "Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I." The incident became headline news, with widespread media coverage across North America. Broadcasters were alarmed by the security breach, prompting reviews of transmission security. The Federal Communications Commission, better known as the FCC, and the FBI launched investigations immediately after the incident. However, the search for the culprits was complex and challenging. Investigators interviewed engineers and technicians and examined broadcasting equipment, trying to trace the signal's origin. One of the main difficulties was the sophisticated nature of the signal override, which indicated a deep understanding of broadcasting technology. The hijackers had successfully manipulated the broadcast frequencies, a feat that would have required specialized equipment and expertise. Numerous theories have been proposed about the identity and motives of the hijackers. Some speculated that it was the work of a disgruntled employee or an insider with detailed knowledge of the broadcasting systems. Others believed it was the act of amateur hackers, demonstrating their technical skills and mocking mainstream media. The technical execution of the Max Headroom incident was sophisticated, requiring knowledge not only of broadcasting technology, but also of the specific practices of the targeted stations. This is a strong mark against the amateur hackers theory. The hijackers would have needed a powerful transmitter and an intricate understanding of broadcast signal pathways, and as such, I suspect the idea that this was amateurs is unlikely. Experts deduce that the hijackers likely set up a transmission powerful enough to override the station's signals. This would have required them to be in close physical proximity to the broadcast towers. Additionally, the timing of the intrusion indicated careful planning, suggesting the hijackers had inside knowledge of the station's operations or conducted detailed reconnaissance. Again, nothing suggests the work of amateurs. Anyway, feel free to confess to your involvement in the comments below. Okay, so you've made it this far. Allow me to promote myself for one quick moment. Your support of this channel makes it possible for me to devote so much time to creating content, and the more the channel grows, the more time I can spend on it. With that said, if you enjoy my content, remember to like, subscribe, and share it with people who you know would enjoy it. And if you really want to take it to the next level, consider signing up for the Lazy Chill Zone membership on YouTube or the Patreon. For Patreon, the lowest tier is just $1. And if you don't want to do any of the above, that's cool too. Just knowing I've created something that you've enjoyed for this long is my dream come true. The Isdal Woman. One of Norway's most profound mysteries, the case of the Isdal woman, revolves around an unidentified woman found dead in Isdalen Valley near Bergen in 1970. Despite extensive investigations, her identity and the circumstances of her death have remained unsolved, spawning numerous theories over the decades. On November 29, 1970, a woman's body was discovered in a remote area of Isdalen. Notably, she was found in a peculiar position with burned passports and sleeping pills nearby, suggesting a possible ending by her own hand. However, the extensive injuries on her body, including smoke inhalation and carbon monoxide poisoning, hinted at a more sinister cause. Investigation into her background revealed a trail of multiple aliases and identities. The woman had traveled across Europe with a number of different passports. She frequently changed hotels and seemed to prefer staying unnoticed, adding an aura of mystery to her character. This pattern of behavior fueled speculation that she was involved in espionage, especially given the context of the Cold War. The most popular theory is that the Isdal woman was a spy. Her movements across Europe, use of multiple identities, and the fact that her labels were removed from her clothes and belongings suggests she was trying to conceal her identity. The Cold War era was rife with espionage activity in Europe, and Norway was of strategic importance. This theory is supported by reports of her fluent use of several languages and her sophisticated demeanor. Witnesses who encountered the Isdal woman described her as guarded. Some reports suggest she seemed anxious or on the lookout, as if she was expecting someone. This behavior further supports the espionage theory, suggesting she might have been involved in secretive activities or was on the run. Other theories propose she was a criminal on the run, a victim of a tragic accident, or involved in illicit activities. Some speculate that she may have been fleeing an abusive relationship or was involved in drug smuggling. However, these theories lack substantial evidence, and the meticulous way she covered her tracks suggests that she had intelligence operations training. The hum. The hum is a low-frequency noise reported globally. First noted in the UK during the 1970s, it's heard by a minority, termed hearers. Persistent and invasive, its source remains unidentified, leading to various theories. Hearers describe the hum as a distant rumbling or droning. More noticeable indoors and at night, it causes annoyance and distress. Not everyone can hear it. Reports are geographically diverse, from urban to remote areas. Its persistent nature differentiates it from ordinary noises, making it a subject of intrigue and discomfort for those who perceive it. Industrial machinery and equipment are potential sources. They emit low-frequency sounds that could manifest as the hum. But this theory falls short in explaining reports from areas distant from industrial activities, suggesting multiple causes. Environmental elements, like seismic activity, are proposed as causes. Seismic movements can generate low-frequency sounds. Infrasound, another environmental factor, falls below human hearing thresholds, but can still cause unease. Wind turbines and ocean waves are natural infrasound sources. These theories suggest an environmental origin for some cases, but lack comprehensive evidence linking them directly to the hum. The growth of wireless technology has led to theories about electromagnetic fields contributing to the hum. Some hearers report correlations between their perception and proximity to technological devices. However, scientific backing for this connection isn't there at this point. Psychological aspects, such as communal reinforcement or mass suggestion, are also considered. Awareness of the hum could induce a belief in hearing it, at least in some cases. Some of the most famous hums are in Taos, New Mexico, and Windsor in Canada. Interestingly, in the case of the Windsor hum, when blast furnaces used for steel processing were decommissioned, the hum stopped. So I've actually heard this hum in an area known for significant industrial activity, and I'm a strong believer in the correlation between heavy industrial activity and the hum. That said, I've only heard it on a few occasions, for a limited period of time, and I can't imagine how disruptive hearing it constantly would be. Question for viewers: have you ever heard the hum? If so, where have you heard it? I'm truly fascinated by this mystery given my personal experience with it. The lead masks case. The lead masks case is an unsolved mystery from Brazil involving the unexplained deaths of two men found wearing lead eye masks. On August 20th, 1966, the bodies of two men were found on a hill near Rio de Janeiro. Both men were dressed in suits and waterproof coats, and peculiarly, they wore lead masks typically used for protection against radiation. No signs of violence or external injuries were evident. The scene contained odd elements: an empty water bottle, two wet towels, and a notebook with cryptic instructions about taking capsules at a specified time, awaiting a signal, and wearing the masks. The absence of any toxic substances in their system deepened the mystery. The most common explanation floated is that this was a case of espionage going awry. Danny Casolaro. Danny Casolaro, an investigative journalist, was found dead in a hotel bathtub in 1991, under circumstances that sparked widespread suspicion and controversy. His death occurred amidst his investigation into a powerful and well-connected network he called the Octopus, deepening the mystery. Casolaro was investigating a complex web of alleged criminal activities involving high-level government officials, intelligence agencies, and private corporations. His focus was on the Inslaw affair, involving the potentially illegal redistribution of software called Promise. Casolaro believed that the Inslaw case was a part of a larger conspiracy, which he termed the Octopus. This investigation led him across various facets of corruption, including arms dealing and espionage. In early August 1991, Casolaro told his family he was close to concluding his investigation and would be traveling to Martinsburg, West Virginia, to meet a key source. His optimism and determination seemed undiminished. According to reports, he met several individuals in Martinsburg, though their identities and the content of their discussions remain unknown. Casolaro's family and friends reported he had received threatening messages and warned them that if something happened to him, it would not be an accident. On August 10, 1991, Casolaro was found dead in his hotel room's bathtub with his wrists slashed multiple times. The scene was quickly ruled a self-ending by local authorities, but several unusual factors cast doubt on this conclusion. His research papers and notes were missing from the hotel room, the room's carpet was wet, and there were no fingerprints, not even his own, on the razor blade or hotel room glasses. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that's a bit sus, and doesn't seem all that congruent with the self-ending hypothesis. The missing documents, which Casolaro claimed would expose the alleged conspiracy, were recovered in the course of the police investigation and investigated thoroughly by the authorities. Oh wait, sorry. I must have slipped into the universe where high-level corruption is taken seriously for a moment there. Despite Casolaro being a journalist working on a big story, none of his papers whatsoever were located. The investigation into Casolaro's death faced several challenges, including alleged mishandling by local police and the FBI's initial reluctance to get involved. The most prevalent theory is that he was silenced to prevent exposure of the octopus. Some speculate that he may have been misled or manipulated by sources with their own agendas. And if all that wasn't enough to convince you that he may have been onto something, at his funeral a limo pulled up, and a military officer exited, approached Casolaro's coffin, put a medal on the coffin, saluted, and left the scene. Jeffrey Epstein. Wait, Jeffrey Epstein? This shouldn't be on an Unsolved Mysteries iceberg. All the mainstream news sources told me he ended himself on a consensual basis. Given that this one is entirely resolved, I do not recommend doing any further research or going down any rabbit holes. The above 2 paragraphs in this section were written and recorded of my own free will, without any interference, intervention, or coercion by any third party. The Green Children of Woolpit. The Green Children of Woolpit is a medieval legend about 2 children with green skin who appeared in the village of Woolpit in Suffolk, England. In the 12th century, villagers discovered 2 children, a brother and sister, with green-tinted skin near a wolf pit. Speaking an unknown language and refusing all food except beans, their mysterious appearance and behavior intrigued the locals. Eventually, they adapted to local food, and their skin lost its green color. The children gradually learned English and explained that they came from a place with no sunlight, called St. Martin's Land. As they assimilated, the boy became sickly and died, but the girl thrived, eventually marrying a local man. And assuming the legend at least has some basis in reality, there's the potential that some of you viewing this right now are the descendants of Green Girl. Several theories have been proposed to explain this legend. One suggests they were Flemish children who got lost and surfaced in Woolpit, their green skin a result of malnourishment. Another theory posits a folktale allegory, symbolizing nature, humanity, and our alienation from nature. A more modern speculation is that they were extraterrestrial or from another dimension due to their unfamiliar language and green skin. Anyway, this one seems like a game of historical telephone to me, so I don't imagine we will ever have a clear answer as to what was up with these green kids. I like to imagine villagers embellishing the story of some unusual, abandoned, non-English speaking children over the decades. After all, what else was there to do in medieval Woolpit in your downtime besides adding a few juicy details to the local legend? There's probably an alternative universe where the story that got passed down is that they were pig children, whose snouts and tails fell off as they adopted English culture. Also, perhaps this is a new Mandela Oinkfect. If you're from the Piglets of Woolpit universe, please go ham in the comments below and make the tale a swine one. Yeah, Beebus won. And here's our first foray into the world of lost media, or, well, potential lost media. This is a rumored game for the Nintendo Entertainment System, first mentioned in a mail-order video game service called Play It Again. It was first seen in a June 1989 issue of Video Games and Computer Entertainment magazine. Subsequent appearances of the game were noted in the Play It Again listings for July, August, and September, with no further mentions of the game at any point. Despite extensive efforts, no physical copy, gameplay footage, or credible mention in any official gaming publication was found. The lack of evidence led many to believe it was a hoax, a typo, or a copyright trap. In 2021, a user from the Lost Media Wiki forums, known as Stintergalactic, had a discussion with Neil Levin, a co-founder of Play It Again. During this conversation, Levin confirmed that they intentionally added false listings to identify imitators, suggesting that the copyright trap hypothesis was correct. Alternatively, it's a simple mistranslation of the Japan-exclusive game Rai Rai Kionchi Baby Kionchi no Amida Daibuken. Also, just a quick aside, that name looked way more intimidating to pronounce. I mean, I'm sure I didn't entirely nail it, but I feel that could have gone much worse. Roe R. Adams III. Roe Adams, known for his pivotal role in the development of Wizardry 4: The Return of Werdna, considered one of the most difficult games of all time, has completely dropped off the planet. As a lead designer, he infused the game with complex puzzles and a notoriously high difficulty level. Also, his approach to game design in Wizardry 4 was groundbreaking. He reversed the traditional role-playing game narrative, placing players in the role of the main villain of the series. But back to the difficulty. The game was so difficult and unintuitive that the vast majority of players were unable to successfully exit the first room. No 2-hour refund windows back then. If you're curious, the way you exited the first room was to capture or summon priests, then go to a specific tile in the first room and cast a light spell. Casting this spell would illuminate a door. The only problem is there were no hints to indicate that this was the solution to the first room, and the game only got more grueling from there. After his significant contributions to the gaming industry, Adams seemingly vanished from the public eye. In 2020, I had an email exchange with Robert Woodhead, one of the creators and lead designers of Wizardry. He forwarded some questions I had for Roe Adams onto his last known contact address. As of recording in January 2024, I have yet to hear back from Adams. Anyway, Ro, if you're out there, I would love to interview you for this channel. Or just talk about your design philosophy on Wizardry 4 from the perspective of someone who has not played it, wasn't there, and is looking back through a historical lens. That's part 1 of this Iceberg series in the bag. I've already started working on the next one, so subscribe to get notified when it drops. Also, for anyone who wants to take that extra step, consider joining the Patreon or joining the Discord community. And speaking of the Patreon, shout out to my shout out tier subscribers, Noah Schubert and Kazakh Cutie. I'm so thankful for your ongoing support. As always, until next time, peace out everyone. Welcome to the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg Part 2, where we explore some of the most fascinating and dark unsolved mysteries. On this iceberg, we deal with a wide variety of unsolved mysteries, including true crime, myths and legends, strange events, cryptids, internet mysteries, unexplained phenomenon, and more. The Solway Firth Spaceman. The Solway Firth Spaceman photograph was taken by Jim Templeton on May 23, 1964. Templeton, a firefighter from Carlisle, Cumberland, was photographing his 5-year-old daughter in a pastoral scene near the Solway Firth in Cumbria, England. The resulting image unexpectedly featured a peculiar figure in the background, resembling a quote-unquote spaceman. The photograph gained immediate attention upon development. Templeton insisted he saw no one else when he took the picture, and Kodak experts confirmed the photo was not tampered with. The mystery deepened, leading to various theories ranging from photographic anomalies to extraterrestrial visitations. The image quickly caught the media's eye, circulating in newspapers and attracting the interest of UFO enthusiasts and skeptics alike. It became a staple example in discussions about unexplained phenomena, with numerous interpretations and analyses attempting to explain the figure's origin. The story also caught the attention of local authorities and even reportedly led to inquiries by the police and government officials. Over the years, several theories have been proposed to explain the Solway Firth spaceman. Some suggest it was an optical illusion, a trick of light and shadow. However, the most popular theory holds that the spaceman is actually Templeton's wife, standing with her back to the camera, her dress appearing white due to overexposure. At any rate, the mysterious nature of the image continues to attract fascination, even if it is earthly in origin. The disappearance of Michael Rockefeller. Michael Rockefeller, born in 1938, was the youngest son of New York Governor, later Vice President, Nelson Rockefeller. Raised in an extremely prominent and wealthy family, Michael showed an early interest in the arts and different cultures. He graduated from Harvard University in 1960 with a degree in history and economics, and participated in his first New Guinea expedition around that time. This expedition marked the beginning of his deep fascination with the Asmat region of New Guinea, known for its rich tribal art and complex cultural practices. In 1961, Michael Rockefeller embarked on an expedition to the Asmat region of New Guinea, then part of the Netherlands, New Guinea, to collect artifacts and study the local Asmat culture, famous for its intricate wood carving and unique rituals. During his time there, Rockefeller built strong relationships with the local tribes and amassed a significant collection of their artifacts, intending to bring them back to the United States for cultural and educational purposes. The disappearance of Michael Rockefeller occurred on November 19, 1961. He was traveling with Dutch anthropologist René Wassing in a small boat when it capsized off the coast of southwest New Guinea. After several failed attempts to signal for help, Rockefeller decided to swim to shore to get help, reportedly saying, "I think I can make it." He was never seen again. The Dutch government conducted an extensive search, but no trace of Rockefeller was found. Officially, he was presumed drowned, but the lack of concrete evidence fueled widespread speculation and alternative theories about his fate. The initial search efforts for Michael Rockefeller were extensive but fruitless. Helicopters, boats, and planes were deployed in the search, covering a vast area of the Asmat region's coastline and dense jungles. The Dutch authorities, with assistance from the Rockefeller family, conducted thorough ground and aerial searches, but the challenging terrain and vastness of the area hampered their efforts. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, the official rescue operation was called off, though private efforts by the Rockefeller family continued for some time. Michael Rockefeller's disappearance has been the subject of numerous theories and much speculation. The most prevalent theory is that he drowned while trying to swim to shore. However, other more controversial theories have emerged. One theory suggests that Rockefeller reached the shore, but was ended by local Asmat tribespeople, possibly in retaliation for previous conflicts with colonial authorities. This theory was fueled by reports of sporadic violence in the region and the Asmat's complex history with headhunting and ritual warfare. Another theory proposes that Rockefeller survived and lived among the tribes, either by choice or necessity. This theory gained traction due to reports of a white man living among the tribes in the years following his disappearance. However, these reports were never substantiated. Some even speculated that Rockefeller chose to disappear due to the pressures of his life in the public eye, but this is widely considered unlikely, given his known character and interests. Over the years, various investigations have been conducted into Rockefeller's disappearance. Journalists, adventurers, and members of the Asmat tribe have attempted to shed light on the mystery. In 1969, journalist Milt Macklin traveled to New Guinea to investigate Rockefeller's disappearance and published his findings in a book, suggesting the possibility that Rockefeller was ended by the Asmat. More recently, other researchers and writers have explored the case, each offering their own perspective on the likely events that led to Rockefeller's vanishing. On a more positive note, Michael Rockefeller's disappearance had a significant impact on the study of Asmat culture and on the study of New Guinea in general. His collection of Asmat artifacts, eventually housed in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, became one of the most important collections of its kind, offering insights into a relatively unknown culture. The Lost City of Zerzura. Zerzura, often referred to as the Lost City of Zerzura, is a mythical oasis city said to exist in the Sahara Desert and located either in Libya or Egypt. The first mentions of Zerzura date back to the 13th century in Arabic literature. It was described as a white city, full of treasures, hidden among the sand dunes, and only accessible to those who knew its secret location. The legend of Zerzura captivated explorers and adventurers for centuries, becoming a symbol of the ultimate desert treasure, shrouded in mystery and allure. The myths surrounding Zerzura are rich and varied. It was believed to be a city of immense wealth, guarded by black giants who stood at its gates. Tales spoke of vast gardens, palaces adorned with precious stones, and a sleeping king and queen, waiting to be awakened by a brave explorer. The city was said to vanish and reappear like a mirage, making it an elusive and tantalizing target for treasure seekers and adventurers. The quest for Zerzura inspired numerous expeditions, particularly in the early 20th century. These expeditions combined scientific research with a sense of adventure, mapping unexplored territories and studying the desert's geography and Bedouin tribes. Despite enduring harsh desert conditions, sandstorms, and the vast, disorienting landscape of the Sahara, none of these expeditions succeeded in finding Zerzura. It doesn't appear that any legitimate expeditions to find Zerzura have been undertaken since the Second World War. All that said, perhaps the legend derives from a wealthy oasis city that has since been lost to the sands of time. The stone spheres of Costa Rica. The stone spheres of Costa Rica were first discovered in the 1930s by workers of the United Fruit Company while clearing the jungle in the decayed Delta region. These spheres range in size from a few centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter and can weigh up to 15 tons. Made from limestone or sandstone, their perfect roundness and smooth surface are striking, considering they date back to as early as 600 AD. Numerous theories have been proposed regarding the sphere's origins and purpose. Some suggest they were status symbols or associated with the residences of prominent people. Others speculate they might have had astronomical or navigational purposes, aligning with celestial bodies or used in ceremonies. However, the lack of written records from the region and time, combined with the effects of the post-Columbian conquest, lead to most theories being speculative. Regardless of their purpose or how they were created, they were designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2014, and the mysterious spheres remain a source of local pride. The Toynbee Tiles. The Toynbee Tiles are mysterious plaques found embedded in the asphalt of streets in various American cities and a few South American locations. First noticed in the 1980s, these tiles typically measure approximately the size of a license plate. Each tile bears a cryptic message, most famously, Toynbee idea in movie 2001, Resurrect Dead on Planet Jupiter. The origin and purpose of these tiles remain unknown, sparking a range of theories. Some link them to Ray Bradbury's short story, The Toynbee Convector. Others to historian Arnold J. Toynbee, or even to Stanley Kubrick's film 2001, A Space Odyssey. The tiles' references to Jupiter and resurrection fuel speculation about their creators' beliefs in cosmic life cycles or extraterrestrial life. Toynbee tiles have been discovered in over 24 major U.S. cities and in several South American countries, including Brazil and Argentina. Their widespread distribution suggests either one highly motivated individual or a group behind their creation and installation, with a significant commitment to spreading their message. Interpretations of the Toynbee tiles range from them being an elaborate art project to a message from a group or individual with a deep philosophical or religious conviction. The consistent theme of resurrection and space travel in the tiles' messages suggests a belief system influenced by science fiction, philosophy, or a desire for transcendence. The disappearance of Kurt Sova. Kurt Sova, a 17-year-old from Newburgh Heights, Ohio, vanished under mysterious circumstances in October 1981. Known for his easygoing nature, Kurt's disappearance was out of character, sparking immediate concern. He was last seen alive attending a Halloween house party. According to his friend, who he attended with, Kurt was drinking Everclear while he was there. When he didn't return home, his family launched a frantic search. The search for Kurt involved local authorities, friends, family, and community members. Despite extensive efforts, including scouring the neighborhood and nearby areas, no trace of him was found initially. The police investigation uncovered few leads, with party attendees providing limited and sometimes conflicting information. The lack of evidence and clues added a layer of frustration and mystery to the case. 5 days after his disappearance, Kurt's body was discovered in a ravine, a location previously searched, raising questions about the body's placement after the initial search. The autopsy revealed no clear cause of death, no signs of struggle, and minimal alcohol content in his system. This discovery only deepened the mystery, as the circumstances of his death seemed inexplicable, with medical examiners unable to determine how or why he died. Law enforcement faced significant criticism for their poor handling of the Kurt Sova case. The initial delay in treating his disappearance as serious and the subsequent inability to provide answers or a clear direction in the investigation led to public frustration. Over the years, the case remained open but inactive, with occasional reviews yielding no new clues. The Los Lunas Decalogue Stone. The Los Lunas Decalogue Stone, also known as the Commandment Rock, is a large boulder located near Los Lunas, New Mexico. It was reportedly first observed in the 1930s by Frank Hibben, a local archaeologist. The stone is notable for its inscription, which is carved into the flat panel of the rock face. The inscription on the Los Lunas stone is remarkable for its content. It appears to be an abridged version of the Decalogue, more commonly known as the Ten Commandments. What makes it peculiar is the script in which it's written, a form of Paleo-Hebrew, which was used in the first millennium BC. This has led to significant speculation about the stone's origin and authenticity. The Los Lunas Decalogue stone has been a subject of controversy among archaeologists, linguists, and historians. Some assert it's a pre-Columbian artifact, suggesting a link between ancient Hebrew people and the Americas long before Columbus. This theory, however, is often dismissed by mainstream scholars due to the lack of corroborating evidence and the potential for modern forgery. However, the fact that the script includes a mixture of ancient and more modern Hebrew forms has fueled arguments for a more recent creation. More evidence pointing to this stone being a forgery come from the lack of any other relevant archaeological finds in the area to suggest this was the work of a pre-Columbian group of Semitic migrants. To me, I find the real mystery to be when and why was this forgery created? The Tunguska event. On the morning of June 30th, 1908, a massive explosion occurred near the Tunguska River in Siberia, Russia. The event, now known as the Tunguska event, is considered one of the largest impact events in recorded history, despite no crater being found. Witnesses reported seeing a blindingly bright object streak across the sky before a shock wave knocked people off their feet and devastated an area of about 830 square miles of forest. While the unusual event was reported on immediately, due to the extreme remoteness of the region, a full investigation would not happen for decades. Eyewitness accounts described a fireball in the sky, followed by a series of explosions and a shock wave that felt like an earthquake. The event caused windows to shatter hundreds of kilometers away and produced atmospheric effects noticeable across Europe and Asia. The force of the blast was estimated to be about 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, and over 80 million trees were leveled. Also, to give some insight into just how remote this place is, it may have caused as few as 3 deaths. Several theories of varying credibility have been proposed to explain the Tunguska event. The most widely accepted theory is that it was caused by an airburst of a meteoroid or comet fragment, exploding in the atmosphere before hitting the ground. This explains the lack of an impact crater. Other theories include a black hole passing through the Earth, an antimatter collision, or alien involvement. While these alternative theories have generated significant interest, they lack supporting evidence and are not widely accepted. The first detailed investigation began in 1927, when Soviet scientist Leonid Kulik led an expedition to the site. Subsequent expeditions to the Tunguska site have aimed to gather physical evidence to support the meteoroid or comet theory. Soil samples showed high levels of certain elements that could be linked to a cosmic object. Tree ring studies in the area indicated accelerated growth in the years following the event, possibly due to increased levels of nitrogen, a byproduct of a cosmic explosion. However, no direct evidence of a meteorite, such as fragments, has been found at the site, partly due to the challenging nature of the terrain and the event's age. One particularly interesting theory is that a local lake on the Tunguska River, called Lake Checo, was actually an impact crater lake. An Italian team investigating the lake in 2008 concluded that the lake was only about 100 years old, based upon radiocarbon dating. However, alternative radiocarbon dating tests have indicated that the lake is substantially older than the Tunguska event. Whatever the case, the Tunguska event remains one of the world's foremost unsolved mysteries till this day. The Babushka Lady. The Babushka Lady is an unidentified figure associated with the assassination of President John F. Kennedy on November 22, 1963, in Dallas, Texas. This mysterious individual, captured in several photographs and films of the assassination, is seen wearing a headscarf resembling those traditionally worn by elderly Russian women, hence the nickname Babushka Lady. In the footage, the Babushka Lady is seen holding a camera or photographic device, appearing to film or photograph the events as the president's motorcade passed by Dealey Plaza. Her presence and actions are intriguing because she was in close proximity to the assassination and seemingly captured crucial moments of the event. Despite extensive investigations, she has never been publicly identified, nor has the footage she might have captured been recovered. Following the assassination, the FBI and other investigative bodies made significant efforts to locate and identify the Babushka Lady. They appealed to the public for information and scrutinized films and photographs from the assassination in an attempt to glean more details about her identity. However, these efforts were unsuccessful, leaving her identity and the potential evidence she possessed a mystery. Numerous theories have emerged about the Babushka Lady's identity and her potential connection to the assassination. Some speculate she was a Russian spy, while others believe she was a local Dallas resident who happened to be at the scene. The most significant lead came when a woman named Beverly Oliver claimed to be the Babushka Lady in the 1970s. However, her story was met with skepticism, as the camera she claimed to use was not available until after 1963. Further, she claimed that she was visited by quote-unquote FBI agents who confiscated the undeveloped film from her and never returned it to her possession. No records exist to support this confiscation event. The Babushka Lady's unexplained presence and the missing footage she may have captured fuel conspiracy theories and debates about what really happened that day. The WOW signal. On August 15, 1977, a remarkable signal was detected by the Big Ear radio telescope at Ohio State University. Astronomer Jerry R. Amon, reviewing the data, was so impressed by the signal's intensity and uniqueness that he circled it and wrote "WOW" in the margins, hence its name. The signal, originating from the constellation Sagittarius, lasted 72 seconds and has never been detected again. The WOW signal stood out for its narrow, focused bandwidth, closely matching the frequency a civilization might use to send a purposeful message. The signal's intensity was 30 times stronger than background noise, making it distinctly different from typical space radio signals. The WOW signal's one-time occurrence made it difficult for scientists to study it in detail. Multiple attempts to locate the signal again, including immediate rescanning of the area and numerous follow-up observations, have been unsuccessful. Analysis of the signal's data has led to various interpretations, but the lack of repetition has prevented any conclusive findings. This has fueled ongoing debates about its origin and nature. Theories about the WOW signal range from scientifically plausible to highly speculative. Some believe it was a transmission from an extraterrestrial intelligence, given its frequency and characteristics. Others suggest more mundane explanations, like a reflection of a terrestrial signal from space debris or a passing comet. However, no theory has been universally accepted or proven, maintaining the signal's mysterious status. The Man from Taured. The story of the Man from Taured begins in 1954 at Tokyo's Haneda Airport, a well-dressed man arrived at immigration, presenting a passport from Taured, a country that does not exist. His passport, filled with previous stamps, seemed legitimate but for the fictional country. Airport officials were baffled by his insistence that Taured was a real nation, located between France and Spain. The man was detained for further questioning. He claimed Taured had existed for centuries and was confused by its absence on the map. Officials placed him in a hotel room for the night, under security watch. Mysteriously, by the next morning, he had vanished without a trace from the locked room, leaving no clues behind. This incident sparked various theories. Some proposed he was a traveler from a parallel universe where Taured exists. Others thought it might be an elaborate hoax or a case of mistaken identity. The lack of tangible evidence, like the man's belongings or documented records of the event, fueled more speculative explanations, including supernatural or extraterrestrial involvement. Oh yeah, and the biggest mystery about the man from Taured's story? How this story ever gained any traction. There is no evidence to indicate that this story ever took place. To quote Jonathan Frakes, "It's fiction, a total fabrication. We made that one up." The Hessdalen Lights. In the remote valley of Hessdalen in Norway, a mystifying light phenomenon has been observed for decades, known as the Hessdalen Lights. These lights, varying in color, intensity, and duration, have been reported for almost a century. Residents described seeing lights floating or darting across the sky, often at great speeds. The lights varied in color, from bright white to deep red, and sometimes appeared simultaneously in different formations. Their unpredictable nature made them a subject of fascination. Since their discovery, numerous scientific expeditions have been undertaken to study the Hessdalen Lights. Researchers from various fields, including physics, geology, and atmospheric science, have conducted experiments and set up observation stations. Despite extensive studies, the exact cause of these lights remains unexplained. Theories range from plasma formations due to ionized iron dust to unknown natural gases to reflections. The Shroud of Turin. The Shroud of Turin, a linen cloth bearing the negative image of a man, has long been a subject of reverence, speculation, and intense study. It is believed by some to be the burial shroud of Jesus Christ and displays the faint imprint of the front and back of a human body. The shroud first appeared in historical records in the 14th century in France, where it was denounced as a forgery. It was acquired by the House of Savoy in 1453 and ultimately moved to Turin, Italy, in 1578, where it has remained. The Catholic Church has never formally endorsed the shroud as authentic, but it is venerated by many as a holy relic. The shroud has undergone various scientific tests to determine its age and how the image was formed. In 1988, radiocarbon dating tests performed by labs in Oxford, Zurich, and Arizona found the linen was made between 1260 and 1390, suggesting it was not old enough to be contemporaneous with Jesus. However, some have challenged these findings, citing potential contamination or repair material that could have skewed the results. The Shroud of Turin has been at the center of numerous controversies. Skeptics argue that the radiocarbon dating is conclusive evidence of its medieval origin, suggesting it's a clever forgery. However, proponents of the shroud's authenticity question the dating methods, pointing to potential contamination and historical reports of the shroud's existence before the medieval period. Additionally, the exact mechanism of the image's formation remains a subject of debate, with no universally accepted explanation. Regardless of its origin, the Shroud of Turin holds significant cultural and religious importance. For some believers, it's a tangible connection to Jesus Christ. Quick aside, you've made it this far. Please consider hitting the like button and subscribing for more Lazy Chill Zone content. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. The Berenstain Bears Mandela Effect. The Berenstain Bears Mandela Effect is the theory that at least two parallel universes exist, one in which the popular children's series The Berenstain Bears has the Stain suffix, and the other where it had the more popular and well-known Stein suffix. Supporters of this theory argue that the sheer number of people recalling Berenstain with certainty cannot be merely coincidental or a simple error. They propose that this collective memory might be evidence of a crossover from a parallel universe where the spelling was indeed Berenstain. This idea aligns with theories in quantum physics that suggest the existence of multiple parallel universes. Many individuals have shared personal experiences and vivid memories of the book spelled as Berenstain. These accounts often include specific details, such as recalling the books from childhood or teaching their own children with these books. The consistency and conviction in these recollections add weight to the theory that these memories might originate from an alternate reality, either debunking or lending credence to this idea, depending on your view. Berenstain merchandise has been discovered, though officially all Berenstain goods are misprints. The notion that the Berenstain Bears Mandela effect could be real and indicative of alternate realities or parallel universes is a fascinating concept that stretches the boundaries of conventional thought. However, my view on this specific Mandela effect is that it was caused due to the overwhelming popularity of the suffix Stein over the virtually unheard of stain. Lake City Quiet Pills. Lake City Quiet Pills is an internet mystery that began with a Reddit user named Religion of Peace, who expressed interest and apparent knowledge of assassinations, and often used the phrase, Lake City Quiet Pills. The mystery unfolded following the announcement of Religion of Peace's death by another user named 2-6, leading to a series of intriguing online discoveries and speculations. Internet sleuths discovered a website named LakeCityQuietPills.com, which was linked to Religion of Peace's email. The site, which no longer exists, reportedly contained explicit material, but a hidden forum was also found. The forum included suspicious job postings in the EU and Asia, leading to speculations about illegal activities possibly linked to the website. Some believed Lake City Quiet Pills might have been a front for ex-military contract assassins, speculating that quiet pills referred to bullets. Further, internet detectives were able to quote-unquote connect the dots between the elimination of a Palestinian operative and a date posted by someone associated with Lake City Quiet Pills. My view is that this was likely some sort of inside joke or ARG. While I have no doubt such sinister organizations exist, the idea that they post vague clues on the internet about their identity seems far-fetched. The mysterious death of Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe, an iconic figure in American literature, is as famous for his mysterious death as he is for his Gothic works. Poe's death in October 1849 has been a source of speculation and intrigue, with numerous theories proposed to explain the circumstances surrounding it. Poe was found delirious on the streets of Baltimore, Maryland, on October 3, 1849, in a state of great distress and wearing clothes that were not his own. He was taken to the Washington Medical College, where he died on October 7th. The cause of his death was initially stated as congestion of the brain, but later reports suggested cerebral inflammation, both vague diagnoses common in the 19th century. No autopsy report or death certificate has been found, adding to the mystery. Poe's medical records and documents related to his death have been lost or were never documented. Numerous theories have been proposed regarding Poe's death. These range from alcohol abuse or drug abuse to more sinister theories involving murder. Other medical explanations include rabies, epilepsy, or carbon monoxide poisoning. Each theory has its proponents, but none have been definitively proven. One particularly interesting theory is that Poe had been forcefully abducted to vote multiple times in an election, potentially explaining his unusual clothing. That said, Poe's lifestyle and health provide some context to his death. Known for his alcoholism and unstable health, Poe struggled with financial difficulties and personal tragedies throughout his life. These factors have led some to speculate that he consensually ended himself, either by alcohol, drugs, or a combination of both. Following his death, and to add another layer to the mystery, Poe's reputation was tarnished by Rufus Griswold, a literary rival who wrote a scathing obituary and later a biographical article filled with fabrications. Griswold's portrayal of Poe as a mad, drunken, womanizing opium addict was widely accepted, affecting Poe's posthumous reputation for many years. What makes this more unusual, however, is that Griswold was ultimately appointed Poe's literary executor, leading to him having editorial control over Poe's works. Despite this unusual circumstance, Griswold does not appear to have ever been treated as a suspect. The fruit of the loom Mandela effect. So before I dive into this particular Mandela effect, this is one I personally subscribe to. In fact, the only reason I knew what a cornucopia was is because I asked my mom what that thing on the fruit of the loom label was. Anyway, this particular Mandela effect centers around the logo of the Fruit of the Loom brand, with many people, myself included, recalling a cornucopia, commonly known as a horn of plenty behind the fruit in the logo, despite such an element allegedly never having been part of it. Many people vividly recall seeing a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom logo during their childhood, or at various points in their life. This alleged collective misremembering is intriguing, because the logo, upon examination of the company's history, has never featured such an element. It has allegedly always been a collection of fruit without any additional items. Adding to the mystery, everyone seems to remember the cornucopia looking the exact same way: the devil's footprints. In February 1855, a bizarre and unexplained event occurred in Devon, England, known as the Devil's Footprints. After a heavy snowfall, residents awoke to find a trail of hoof-like marks that stretched for miles across the snow-covered landscape. The footprints, which resembled those of a cloven hoof, created a stir of fear and fascination. The footprints were approximately 4 inches long and 3 inches across, with a stride of 8 to 16 inches. They traveled in a straight line over and around obstacles, including houses, rivers, and haystacks. Remarkably, the trail seemed to continue unbroken for over 100 miles, suggesting the maker of the footprints had the ability to walk unhindered by physical barriers. The phenomenon caused a significant public reaction, with many believing that the footprints were the work of the devil, hence the name. Local clergymen fueled these fears, suggesting it was a sign of evil presences. Various theories were proposed, including animals, including a kangaroo, pranksters, or a balloon, yet none fully explained the phenomenon's strange characteristics. I don't get how this one caused such an uproar. I guess people just scared more easily back in the 19th century. The Nazca Lines. The Nazca Lines are a series of large ancient geoglyphs located in the Nazca Desert in southern Peru. They were created by the Nazca culture between 500 BC and 500 AD and are among the most extraordinary examples of ancient monumental art. The Nazca Lines were first noticed from the air in the 1920s by pilots flying over the Peruvian coastal plains. The Nazca Lines encompass over 800 straight lines, 300 geometric figures, and 70 animal and plant designs, known as biomorphs. These include representations of spiders, monkeys, fish, sharks, orcas, and lizards. The largest figures are over 200 meters across. The lines were made by removing the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that cover the surface of the Nazca Desert and revealing the light-colored earth beneath. This simple technique resulted in striking contrasts visible from great distances. Numerous theories have been proposed about the purpose of the Nazca lines. Some suggest they were part of religious or ceremonial practices, while others propose they were astronomical markers or guides for sacred processions. One theory suggests they were a part of a ritualistic practice to summon water, which was scarce in the arid region. The Nazca lines are significant not only for their size and quantity, but also for their cultural and archaeological value. They provide insights into the Nazca culture's understanding of mathematics and surveying. The geoglyphs demonstrate the Nazca people's ability to design massive artworks that could only be fully appreciated from a bird's-eye view, a feat that fascinates both scientists and historians. Advancements in technology have enhanced the study of the Nazca lines. Aerial photography and satellite imagery have provided new perspectives, revealing previously undiscovered geoglyphs. Ground-penetrating radar and drone technology are also being used to understand their construction and to monitor their condition. Oh yeah, and if you learned about these lines from ancient aliens, you guessed it. Aliens made the lines. The Devil's Bible. The Codex Gigas, also known as the Devil's Bible, is a large medieval manuscript renowned for its size and the unique content it contains, including a full-page portrait of the devil. Created in the early 13th century in a Benedictine monastery in Bohemia, now the Czech Republic, it is the largest known medieval manuscript. The Devil's Bible is remarkable for its immense size, measuring about 36 inches tall, 20 inches wide, and almost 9 inches thick. Weighing approximately 165 pounds, it's composed of 310 leaves made from vellum. Its cover is made of wood and leather with metal embellishments. The manuscript contains a complete Bible, along with several other texts, including historical documents, medical treatises, and exorcism prayers. Its most famous feature is a full-page, striking illustration of the devil, which contributes to the manuscript's nickname. The book also contains a large illustration of the kingdom of heaven, juxtaposing the heavenly and infernal. No one is sure how this book was created. However, the legend surrounding the Devil's Bible tells of a monk who was sentenced to death by being walled alive. To avoid this fate, he promised to create a book containing all human knowledge overnight. As the task was impossible, he made a pact with the devil. The devil then completed the book in exchange for the monk's soul, leading to the manuscript's demonic association. And yeah, I guess including a super metal drawing of the devil was part of the deal too. And if you want to see the Devil's Bible today, you'll have to travel to Stockholm, where it is today found in the National Library of Sweden. Also, interesting aside, the Devil's Bible was once also owned by Rudolph II, Holy Roman Emperor. Rudolph II also owned the Voynich manuscript, which appears in the first part of this Iceberg series. Piri Reis Map. The Piri Reis Map, named after its creator, the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, dates back to 1513. It was discovered in 1929 in the Topkapi Palace, Istanbul, significantly adding to the world's historical cartographic records. Piri Reis compiled this map using various sources, including older maps and explorers' accounts. It's noteworthy for being one of the earliest maps to depict the Americas, reflecting the geographical knowledge of the early 16th century. The map's depiction of the Atlantic, including parts of Europe, North Africa, and the Brazilian coast, is surprisingly accurate for its time. The level of detail in the coastal outlines, especially the Brazilian coastline, suggests a remarkable understanding of longitude, a feat not common in 16th century maps. But what makes the map so mysterious? the map's representation of what appears to be Antarctica. This depiction predates the continent's official discovery by over 300 years. Some suggest that this indicates ancient knowledge of the coastline, but most scholars attribute it to speculative cartography common in that era, or possibly confusion with the Patagonian coast. Mokele Mbembe. The Mokele Mbembe, an entity reported in the Congo River Basin, is a well-known cryptid. Described by local tribes and a handful of Western explorers, it has been depicted as a living dinosaur, drawing significant interest from cryptozoologists and adventurers alike. It is often described resembling a sauropod dinosaur with a long neck, round body, and tail. Local legends speak of a creature living in the rivers and swamps of the Congo Basin, primarily in the areas of Cameroon and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Descriptions of its size vary, but most accounts suggest a large creature capable of disturbing waterways and frightening local wildlife. Interest in the creature emerged in the early 20th century when Western explorers heard local stories about a mysterious creature. Several expeditions were launched to find evidence of its existence, inspired by the discovery of other lost animals like the okapi. These expeditions brought back intriguing, yet inconclusive accounts and evidence. The scientific community remains extremely skeptical of the cryptid's existence. Critics argue that the dense Congo Basin environment is not conducive to supporting a large, dinosaur-like creature, particularly one that has supposedly survived since prehistoric times. Additionally, the lack of physical evidence, such as bones or definitive photographic proof, leads many scientists to dismiss the reports as misidentifications of known wildlife or cultural myths. Exploring the Congo Basin for evidence presents significant challenges. The region's dense rainforests, vast swamps, and limited infrastructure make it one of the most difficult terrains for scientific investigation. Political instability in the area has also hindered extensive research. These factors contribute to the mystery, as they provide a plausible reason for why such a creature, if it exists, has eluded discovery. Ghost blimp. The ghost blimp refers to the mysterious case of the U.S. Navy's L-8 blimp, which embarked on a routine patrol mission on August 16, 1942, but returned without its crew. This incident, occurring during World War II off the coast of San Francisco, remains one of the most puzzling episodes in aviation history. The L-8 blimp, piloted by Lieutenant Ernest Cody and Ensign Charles Adams, was tasked with patrolling for submarines. Hours into the mission, the blimp drifted back to land and eventually crashed in Daly City. Bizarrely, no crew members were found on board, despite their belongings and parachutes being intact. The blimp itself showed no signs of distress or combat. The Navy's investigation provided no definitive answers. Theories about the crew's disappearance varied widely, from espionage and abduction to an accident at sea. Some speculated that the crew may have fallen overboard or abandoned the blimp for unknown reasons. However, the lack of concrete evidence left all theories as mere speculation. Wild allegations also started to circulate, including that the two blimp pilots had been captured by the Japanese, or even defected to the Japanese side together. However, again, there is absolutely no evidence for this. The Antikythera mechanism. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek device, is often referred to as the world's first known analog computer. Discovered in 1901 in the Antikythera shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, this complex mechanism dates back to around 100 BC and demonstrates remarkable engineering skills from the Hellenistic period. Found by sponge divers, the mechanism initially resembled a lump of corroded bronze and wood fragments. It wasn't until years later that its true significance was realized. Early examinations revealed gears and inscriptions, but the device's purpose remained a mystery. It was only with advanced imaging technologies in the late 20th and early 21st centuries that researchers began to uncover its astonishing capabilities. The Antikythera mechanism is composed of over 30 meshing bronze gears. These gears were used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance and to track the 4-year cycle of the ancient Olympic Games. It has dials on the front and back. The front dial displays the Greek zodiac and an Egyptian calendar, while the back contains a lunar calendar, predicting eclipse patterns. The craftsmanship indicates a sophisticated understanding of astronomical cycles and mathematical ratios. The mechanism's technology was so advanced that similar levels of engineering were not seen again until the development of mechanical clocks in medieval Europe. Its precise function and use remain a subject of research, but it is widely believed to have been used for astronomical predictions and as a teaching tool. Bennington Triangle Mystery. The Bennington Triangle disappearances refer to a series of mysterious vanishings that occurred between 1945 and 1950 in an area around Bennington, Vermont. The first noted disappearance was that of Mitty Rivers, a 74-year-old experienced hunter and guide, who vanished while hunting in the area in November 1945. He led a group of hunters and, on the way back, got ahead of them, but was never seen again. Despite extensive searches, only his rifle was found. In December 1946, 18-year-old Paula Weldon disappeared while hiking on the Long Trail. Despite a large-scale search and investigation, no trace of her was found. This incident received significant media attention and led to the creation of the Vermont State Police. In 1949, James Tedford, a veteran, vanished from a bus en route to Bennington. He was last seen by passengers before the bus reached its destination, but he was gone when the bus arrived, with his belongings still on the luggage rack. In October 1950, 8-year-old Paul Jeffson disappeared near a farm in the area. He was in a truck while his mother fed pigs, but when she returned, he was gone. Search parties, including helicopters and bloodhounds, found no trace of him. The same month, Frida Langer, 53, vanished while hiking near Somerset Reservoir with her cousin. Unlike the other cases, her body was found the following May near an area that had been thoroughly searched, but no cause of death could be determined due to decomposition. Several theories have been proposed to explain the disappearances, ranging from natural to supernatural, with some of the most outlandish claims being that a Bigfoot-like creature stalks the woods nearby. However, more skeptical minds question whether any connection exists between these cases. Personally, I'm inclined to extreme skepticism on this one. Though this mystery has gained traction over the last decades, I see this as a series of likely completely unconnected incidents. The Lost City of Z. The Lost City of Z refers to a legendary ancient city purportedly located in the uncharted jungles of Brazil. It was popularized by the British explorer Percy Fawcett, who, influenced by earlier reports of a complex civilization in the Amazon, hypothesized the existence of a large, advanced city he called Zed. Fawcett's theory was inspired by his belief in a sophisticated, ancient culture in the Amazon, contrary to the prevailing views of the region at the time. Also, before I go on, The Lost City of Z sounds like the title of a 90s JRPG. Percy Fawcett embarked on multiple expeditions to find the lost city of Z, the most notable being his final journey in 1925 with his son Jack and Jack's friend Raleigh Rimmel. They ventured into the Brazilian jungle but never returned, leading to one of the greatest mysteries of the early 20th century. Their disappearance spurred numerous rescue missions and speculative theories, but no definitive evidence of their fate or the existence of the city was ever found. Recent archaeological discoveries in the Amazon, such as the terraces and geoglyphs, suggest complex pre-Columbian societies did exist in the region, lending some credence to Fawcett's theories. However, no quote-unquote lost cities have been found. The Clapham Wood Mysteries. The Clapham Wood Mysteries refer to a series of strange events and unexplained phenomena reported in Clapham Wood, located in West Sussex, England. Since the 1960s, the area has been associated with a range of mysterious occurrences, including unexplained disappearances, bizarre animal behavior, and alleged paranormal activities. Initial reports from the 1960s and 1970s involved accounts of pets and animals behaving erratically or disappearing in the woods. The area gained notoriety following several unexplained human disappearances. The most notable of these involved a local reverend who vanished in 1978 while walking his dog in the woods. His body was found 4 years later in an area previously searched extensively. Clapham Wood has been the subject of various paranormal investigations due to reports of strange lights, ghostly apparitions, and feelings of unease or dread experienced by visitors. Speculations around the Clapham Wood mysteries include the involvement of occult groups, particularly a satanic cult. Villisca Axe slayings. The Villisca Axe slayings are one of the most chilling unsolved crimes in American history. Occurring on the night of June 9, 1912, in the small town of Villisca, Iowa, the gruesome ending of the Moore family and 2 house guests shocked the nation. Josiah B. Moore, his wife Sarah, their 4 children, and 2 guests, Ina and Lena Stillinger, were found brutally ended in their beds. Each victim had severe wounds from an axe. The brutality of the slayings, coupled with the lack of immediate suspects, plunged the town into fear and paranoia. The investigation into the murders was extensive but flawed from the start. Key evidence was compromised due to the crime scene's contamination by curious townspeople. Several suspects were considered, including a traveling minister named George Kelly, Frank F. Jones, a local businessman, and a transient laborer named Henry Lee Moore. However, despite multiple confessions and trials, no one was ever convicted. The Ningen. The Ningen is a cryptid reportedly sighted by Japanese fishermen and research vessels in the Antarctic Ocean. The term Ningen means human in Japanese, and the creature is described as a large, white, humanoid, underwater being. Alternatively, the Ningen is described as a terrestrial, bipedal creature that appears as a white ball with a set of legs attached. Though this second kind of Ningen is by far my favorite, this entry will refer to the first kind only. The creature was allegedly first spotted in the late 20th century, with the most common sightings occurring in the Antarctic Ocean. Alternatively, the creature and its lore was invented by Japanese internet users much more recently. Eyewitness accounts describe the creature as being about 20 to 30 meters in length, with a predominantly human-like shape. To put that in perspective, that would place it on the same tier as the blue whale, the largest creature to ever exist. It is said to have a pale white complexion, with distinct features such as arms and hands, sometimes described as having 5-fingered appendages. Some reports also mention features like fins or a mermaid-like tail. Theories about the Ningen range from scientific to fantastical. Some propose it could be an undiscovered species of aquatic animal, possibly a giant ray or an albino whale. Others speculate more exotic origins, such as an unknown species of humanoid sea creatures, or even extraterrestrial life. Sneha Philip. Sneha Ann Philip was an Indian-American physician, born on October 7, 1969, who mysteriously disappeared on September 10, 2001, the eve of the 9/11 attacks. Her case has sparked numerous theories and remains unsolved, capturing public and media interest over the years. At the time of her disappearance, she was a medical resident at St. Vincent's Hospital on Staten Island. On September 10th, she left her apartment in Battery Park in Lower Manhattan around 5:15 p.m. and was last seen at 7:18 p.m. on a security camera at a department store carrying shopping bags. That night, her husband, Ronald Lieberman, returned to their apartment and found Sneha was not there. He assumed she was staying with her brother or cousin, as she sometimes did. Earlier on September 10th, Sneha had been arraigned on a misdemeanor charge related to filing a false incident report. She and Lieberman reportedly had a loud argument outside the courthouse, after which she left alone. That evening, a clerk at a department store reported seeing Sneha shopping with another woman, who remains unidentified. The timing of Sneha's disappearance, a day before the September 11th terrorist attacks, led to theories that she might have died while trying to help victims at the World Trade Center, given her medical training. However, there was no concrete evidence to confirm this theory. Her family and husband believed this scenario, but police investigations suggested an alternate narrative. In the months before her disappearance, Sneha faced several personal challenges. She had been dismissed from her hospital residency for repeated tardiness and alleged alcohol-related issues. Police investigations revealed aspects of her personal life, including alleged extramarital affairs, which her family disputed. She also faced criminal charges for filing a false complaint about a colleague. In the years following her disappearance, Lieberman petitioned to have Sneha declared a victim of the September 11th attacks. Initially, a lower court declared her legally dead in 2004 but did not link her death to 9/11. After an appeal in 2008, a judge ruled it probable that Sneha died in the attacks, though there was no definitive proof. The Moon-Eyed People. The Moon-Eyed People are part of a group mentioned in Cherokee folklore, known for their pale skin, light eyes, and nocturnal habits. The legend has been a subject of curiosity and various interpretations over the years. The legend of the Moon-Eyed People describes them as a race of small, pale-skinned humanoids with bearded faces and large blue eyes. According to Cherokee tales, their eyes were so sensitive to sunlight that they could only come out at night, earning them the name Moon-Eyed. They were reported to have built underground caves and low-lying huts to escape sunlight. Early European settlers documented Cherokee stories about the Moon-Eyed People. One interpretation suggests they were early European settlers themselves. Another theory posits a connection to a Welsh prince who allegedly landed in North America in the 12th century. Some Cherokee chiefs recounted stories of white men building fortifications along the Tennessee River. Some believe the Moon-Eyed People left physical traces in the Appalachian foothills, like Fort Mountain in Georgia, where remains of an ancient wall resembling European battlements exist. This and other similar structures have led to speculation that these were built by the Moon-Eyed People or related European settlers. However, the exact origins of these structures remain uncertain. That's part 2 of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg in the bag. If you made it this far, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. I'm constantly creating new content for you to enjoy. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, consider becoming a patron. My Patreon link is in my bio. Also, shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, and Kurt the Squirt. Anyway, as always, until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to the third part of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg, where we explore some of the most fascinating and dark unsolved mysteries. On this iceberg, we delve into unsolved mysteries including true crime, myths and legends, strange events, cryptids, internet mysteries, and more. Caspar Hauser. The Caspar Hauser case is perhaps one of the quintessential unsolved mysteries of all time, because very few facts are known with any certainty. On May 26, 1828, a teenage boy appeared in the streets of Nuremberg. He could barely speak and walked with difficulty. He carried a letter addressed to an army officer by the name of Captain von Wessening. The letter claimed that the boy, named Caspar Hauser, was given into the care of the sender as an infant and had been raised in total isolation from society. According to the letter, Hauser had never left the house and had been taught only the basics of reading and writing. Upon his discovery, Caspar Hauser was taken to the authorities, who were perplexed by his story and condition. Initially, he could say only a few sentences, one of which was declaring that he wanted to be a cavalryman like his father. Hauser's inability to provide any concrete information about his past or identity led to widespread public fascination and speculation. Authorities and curious citizens attempted to uncover his origins. Hauser claimed that he had spent his life confined in a small room and had minimal human contact, subsisting solely on bread and water. He demonstrated a peculiar innocence and ignorance of the world, further complicating his story's believability. Caspar Hauser was placed under the care of various guardians throughout his time in Nuremberg. He was initially housed with a jailer, then moved to the home of a teacher, and finally to that of Lord Stanhope, a British lord who had become fascinated by the Hauser case. Throughout these transitions, Hauser learned to speak, read, and write more fluently, and began to adapt to society. However, his story attracted skeptics and believers alike, leading to a division in public opinion and academic circles. Hauser's life was marked by several mysterious incidents that further deepened the mystery. These incidents mostly centered around mysterious attacks by unknown assailants. The first attack occurred in 1829 when he was found bleeding from a cut on his forehead. Hauser claimed that a hooded man had attacked him, warning Hauser that he would never reveal his true origins. Another incident in 1830 involved Hauser likely accidentally injuring himself with a pistol, which he claimed was also an assassination attempt. These incidents led to increased scrutiny and doubt regarding his credibility. The mystery of Caspar Hauser took a dark turn on December 14, 1833, when he was found with a severe stab wound in the Ansbach court garden. He claimed that he was lured to the garden by a stranger who attacked him. Hauser died 3 days later, on December 17, 1833. The circumstances of his death fueled further speculation and controversy, with theories ranging from self-inflicted wounds to assassination by those who feared he might reveal a scandalous origin. Also, just a brief aside here, if you already believe you've been targeted for assassination twice, I question the wisdom of following strangers to unfamiliar places. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged regarding Caspar Hauser's origins and identity. One popular theory suggests that he was of princely birth, possibly the hereditary Prince of Baden, switched at birth with a dying infant to alter the line of succession. This theory posits that Hauser was kept hidden to prevent him from claiming his rightful place. Other theories propose that Hauser was a fraud, seeking attention and sympathy, or that he was mentally ill, creating a fantastical story about his upbringing. Skeptics point to inconsistencies in his accounts and the lack of physical evidence to support his claims of prolonged confinement. In my view, Caspar Hauser is perhaps the individual who most exemplifies this unsolved mysteries iceberg. Given that there are almost no known variables for Caspar Hauser, every theory degenerates into a multivariate analysis rabbit hole. This multivariate rabbit hole generates near infinite plausible outcomes, hence why the story of Caspar Hauser is still popular, or at least quite well known, 2 centuries later. Lisa Lynn Bishop. Lisa Lynn Bishop, a young woman from Atlanta, Georgia, vanished without a trace in 1988. She had plans to travel to Haiti aboard a freighter named the Frieden, under the command of a mysterious German man known as Florian Meyer-Borch. Lisa was an aspiring journalist and reportedly took this trip to gather material for a story. However, she never returned, and no one has heard from her since. The Frieden, the vessel Lisa was supposed to travel on, adds a layer of mystery to her disappearance. There are conflicting reports about the ship's journey, its condition, and even whether that is the correct name of the ship. The Frieden departed from Miami on December 17, 1988, with a crew consisting of Florian, the captain, Lisa, and 7 Haitians, of whom nothing has been reported on. This would be the last time Lisa, the ship, the captain, or the crew were seen. Some sources claim that the Frieden was seen in Miami or around the Caribbean after Lisa's disappearance, but these sightings have not been conclusively verified. Florian, the captain with whom Lisa was last known to be with, is another figure shrouded in ambiguity. Efforts to locate and question him following Lisa's disappearance yielded little information. His connection to the case is a critical element, yet his whereabouts or involvement remains largely unexplained. The last confirmed sighting of Florian Meyer-Borch was on Grand Cayman circa early 1989. However, Lisa was not spotted with him, heightening concerns. The investigation into Lisa's disappearance faced numerous challenges. The international nature of her travel plan, involving a trip to Haiti, complicated jurisdictional and investigative efforts. Several theories have been proposed regarding Lisa's fate. Some speculate that she may have fallen victim to foul play, possibly related to the individual she was with, or the places she intended to visit. Others suggest the possibility of an accident, a deliberate disappearance, or even sinister allegations of human trafficking. However, without concrete evidence, these theories remain speculative. While researching this case, one thing struck me. Everyone simply accepts that Lisa got on a boat in Miami. However, as far as I can tell, there are no witnesses who actually saw her get on the boat. My own hypothesis is that she may never have even made it to the boat, and that she may have been slain on the trip to the supposed boat. The Glico Morinaga case. The Glico Morinaga case, also known as the Monster with 21 Faces, is a notorious and unresolved criminal investigation involving a series of threats and extortion attempts against Japanese confectionery companies, primarily Ezaki Glico and Morinaga, during the 1980s. This case is infamous for its bizarre communications from the perpetrators, the extensive manhunt that followed, and its eventual cold case status, with no arrests made. The ordeal began on March 18, 1984, when Katsuhisa Ezaki, the president of Glico, was kidnapped from his home by several masked individuals. The kidnappers demanded a ransom of 1 billion yen and 100 kilograms of gold bullion for his release. Ezaki managed to escape 3 days later without the ransom being paid. This event marked the beginning of a bizarre and extensive criminal campaign against Glico, and later, other Japanese confectionery companies. Following Ezaki's escape, the perpetrators shifted their tactics from kidnapping to a campaign of harassment and intimidation. They started by setting fires at Glico facilities and vandalizing company vehicles. The situation escalated when the group, calling themselves the Monster with 21 Faces, began sending letters to the media and the companies themselves. These letters contained threats to poison Glico products and demands for money to cease their campaign. Despite extensive police efforts, the perpetrators managed to evade capture, even after distributing tainted Glico products, which led to a massive product recall and a significant drop in sales. The public was terrified, and Glico's reputation suffered enormously in light of the tainted products. After months of targeting Glico, the group shifted its focus to another confectionery giant, Morinaga, in October 1984. The threats against Morinaga were similar, including the promise to distribute poisoned candies. The monster with 21 faces sent letters to media outlets claiming that they had laced Morinaga products with cyanide. This prompted another widespread recall and further public panic. The Japanese police launched a massive investigation to capture the group behind these threats. The police were criticized for their handling of the case, particularly their perceived inability to protect the companies and the public from the threats. The last communication from the monster with 21 faces came in August 1985, in which they declared that they were ceasing their criminal activities and going into retirement. After this message, no further threats were made, and the case gradually faded from the public eye. However, the police continued their investigation, albeit without significant progress. A notable and sad event in the investigation was the ending of Shoji Yamamoto, a police superintendent in charge of the case, in August 1985, by his own hand. Yamamoto used self-immolation as this self-ending technique, drawing attention to the pressure the investigators had been placed under. The Glico Morinaga case remains one of Japan's most infamous unsolved crimes. Despite extensive investigations, the identity of the monster with 21 faces remains unknown, and no individuals have been arrested in connection with the crimes. In terms of suspects, no individual suspects have ever been named who haven't subsequently been cleared by the police. The police suspect that the perpetrators were a Yakuza group, or political extremists, or perhaps religious fanatics. Literally the usual suspects: Peter Berzica. Peter Berzica, reportedly a law student and member of the Franciscan Order of Monks before joining the Ustasha, participated in a horrific competition on the night of August 29, 1942, inside the Jasenovac concentration camp. The contest was to determine who could end as many prisoners by blade in a single night. According to witnesses and survivors, Berzica won this competition, purportedly ending over 1,300 innocent people. The accounts of Berzica's actions come from testimonies of survivors and are documented in various historical records and post-war testimonies. These sources describe him using a specially sharpened knife, engaging in the activity with a zeal that shocked even his fellow perpetrators. Also, by way of background, Jasenovac concentration camp, known for its brutality, was the largest extermination site in the independent state of Croatia. Also, I can feel you thinking, why is this one on this iceberg chart? What's the mystery? Peter Berzica was never brought to justice and may have lived out the rest of his life as a free man. Las Cruces bowling alley slayings. The Las Cruces bowling alley slayings remains one of the most chilling unsolved crimes in the history of New Mexico. On February 10, 1990, in the city of Las Cruces, a brutal attack unfolded at the Las Cruces Bowl, leaving the community in shock and sparking a decades-long investigation that has yet to yield a resolution. On the morning of February 10th, two unidentified gunmen entered the Las Cruces Bowl shortly before the business opened to the public. Inside, they found 7 people, including a number of children who were there due to their parents' employment. The intruders proceeded to rob the establishment, obtaining an undisclosed amount of money. However, the crime escalated dramatically when the robbers decided to end each of the 7 victims before fleeing the scene. The brutality and apparent senselessness of the act stunned law enforcement and the public alike. 4 of the victims sadly passed away from their injuries, with another victim passing in 1999 of related causes. One survivor, despite being critically wounded, managed to call 911 and provide the authorities with initial information, demonstrating remarkable bravery. This call quickly brought police and emergency services to the scene, but the perpetrators had already vanished. The Las Cruces Police Department, along with multiple other law enforcement agencies, launched a comprehensive investigation. They conducted interviews, collected physical evidence, and released composite sketches of the suspects based on descriptions provided by the survivors. Despite these efforts, the case grew cold, with leads and suspects emerging over the years, but none leading to a conviction or closure of the case. Over the years, the case has seen periodic renewals of public interest and law enforcement efforts. Advances in forensic technology, along with the potential for new witnesses to come forward, have kept hope alive that resolution is possible. The families of the victims and the community continue to seek justice and answers. As of now, the Las Cruces bowling alley slayings remain an open case. I don't have too much more to add about this case other than that it's heartbreaking, and the lack of any suspects whatsoever for this horrific event is a massive injustice. Hopefully we'll see a resolution to this unsolved mystery in the very near future. The Chicago Tylenol tamperings. The Tylenol tampering case is a pivotal moment in American history, marking a turning point in how consumer products are packaged, and a chilling example of product tampering that led to widespread panic and significant changes in the pharmaceutical industry. In the fall of 1982, a series of sudden and unexplained deaths in the Chicago area set off a nationwide scare that would forever change the way consumer products are viewed and regulated. The common link among the victims was the consumption of extra-strength Tylenol capsules. In total, 7 people died after ingesting capsules that had been laced with a lethal dose of potassium cyanide. The victims ranged in age, and the deaths were initially treated as unconnected by the authorities until investigations revealed the tampered Tylenol as the cause. The manufacturer of Tylenol, Johnson & Johnson, faced an unprecedented crisis. In response, they initiated a massive recall of Tylenol products from shelves across the United States, pulling approximately 31 million bottles of Tylenol and offering free replacements in tablet form to anyone who had purchased capsules. This move is estimated to have cost the company over $100 million. The investigation into the Tylenol murders was extensive, involving local police, the FBI, and the Food and Drug Administration. Despite deploying significant resources, law enforcement was unable to apprehend the individual or individuals responsible for the tampering. Various leads were pursued, including the examination of disgruntled employees, but no conclusive evidence was found linking any suspects to the crime. As an aside, James Lewis became a notable figure in the investigation after sending a letter to Johnson & Johnson demanding $1 million to stop the cyanide-induced killings. Although Lewis was arrested for extortion and served time in prison, there was no evidence to suggest he was directly involved in the tampering. Lewis lived in New York City at all material times, was not in Chicago whatsoever, and is theorized to have been an opportunistic vulture pecking apart the fabric of trust that holds society together. Despite the passage of time, the Tylenol murders case remains officially unsolved, with no convictions for the actual tampering. The FBI reopened the investigation in 2009, seeking new leads and conducting additional interviews, but no charges have been brought forward. Charles Morgan. The death of Charles Morgan, a Tucson-based escrow agent, involves highly suspect circumstances. Morgan's story begins on March 22, 1977, when he disappeared from his home in Tucson, Arizona, only to reappear 3 days later in a state that sparked widespread speculation and concern. Upon his return, Morgan was in a distressed condition, unable to speak and wearing handcuffs. He communicated to his wife, Ruth, through written notes, explaining that he had been kidnapped and subjected to a traumatic ordeal that involved being physically harmed to prevent him from speaking. He He indicated that his vocal cords had been temporarily damaged by a drug that was administered to him during his captivity. Morgan also insisted that his family was in danger and that they should not contact the police under any circumstances, suggesting the involvement of a powerful criminal organization. For the next 2 months, Morgan lived under a self-imposed state of high alert. He took to wearing a bulletproof vest, carried a weapon for self-defense, and drove his daughters to and from school. Despite these precautions, Morgan vanished again on June 7, 1977. However, and unfortunately this time, he would not return home alive. His body was discovered on June 18th in the desert near Tucson. The circumstances of his death were peculiar and troubling. He had been shot once in the back of the head with his own .357 Magnum, which was found near his body. Despite the scene initially suggesting a case of ending by his own hand, several aspects of the case suggested foul play. Morgan was wearing his bulletproof vest at the time of his death, an unusual choice if he had planned to end himself. Also, and I can't get into too much detail on YouTube, but the location of the gunshot wound and the positioning of the body raised doubts about the possibility of a consensual shot. Additionally, a pair of sunglasses not belonging to Morgan was found at the scene, and a $2 bill was discovered inside his underwear. This bill was marked with 7 Spanish names and a Bible verse. The meaning of this was never decoded. In the days following the second disappearance, further revelations added layers of complexity to the case. Ruth Morgan, his widow, received a phone call from an anonymous woman claiming that Charles was alive and in hiding, but this claim never materialized into any concrete evidence of his survival. The investigation into Morgan's death uncovered his secret life, which included allegations of money laundering, connections with organized crime, and covert work for the federal government. Morgan had allegedly confided in his attorney about receiving death threats related to his work, which involved large-scale financial transactions for unknown clients, possibly as part of a money laundering operation for the mob. The official investigation concluded with the ruling of Morgan's death was by his own hand, a conclusion that many, including his family and private investigators, found hard to accept given the circumstances. The cryptic clues he left behind, his apparent fear for his life, and his secretive activities suggested a more sinister explanation. But wait, there's more to this one. A journalist named Don Devereaux was investigating the case and uncovered evidence on illicit gold and platinum transactions. After Devereaux appeared on Unsolved Mysteries to discuss this case, Doug Johnston, an individual who drove a near-identical car and bore a strong resemblance to Devereaux and worked across the street from Devereaux, was slain. And to tie it back to Danny Casolaro, featured in the first part of this Iceberg series, Casolaro had reached out to Devereaux with information regarding this case prior to Casolaro's own untimely demise. Okay, very brief intermission to plug my channel. If you've made it this far, hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell. Further, if you're an absolute Chad or Chadette, join the Patreon and help support my content creation journey. Now let's get back to the iceberg. Doug Johnston. The 1990 slaying of Doug Johnston in Phoenix, Arizona is speculated to be related to the Charles Morgan case. Doug Johnston, a 27-year-old computer draftsman, was found dead in his car outside the electronics firm where he worked. The incident occurred on the night of May 14, 1990, leaving more questions than answers. Johnston was shot in the head, execution style, a brutal and sudden act that seemed to come out of nowhere. He was discovered in the early hours of May 15th, in the driver's seat of his vehicle, with a single gunshot wound. There were no witnesses to the crime, and the weapon was never found. The lack of evidence, motive, and suspects made this case particularly challenging for investigators. Initially, the police explored the possibility of a personal motive, examining Johnston's background, relationships, and interactions. However, they found no evidence of conflicts, threats, or reasons why anyone would target him. Johnston was described by friends and family as a quiet, hard-working individual with no known enemies, making the motive for his murder even more perplexing. As discussed in the previous entry, there is significant speculation that Don Devereaux was the intended target of this hit. Devereaux advised that his sources, including American and Israeli intelligence operatives, confirmed that the hit was meant for him. I'm going to say that this one will never be solved. This appears to be a very sad case of mistaken identity. The Yogg-See case. The Yogg-See case revolves around the mysterious death of a German food engineer named Günther Stoll, which remains unsolved since 1984. Stoll was known to have suffered from paranoia, frequently mentioning they were after him, though he never specified who they were. On the evening of October 25th, 1984, he suddenly shouted, "Now I've got it, but you know, auf Deutsch," before scribbling the letters YOGTZE on a piece of paper. After writing the note, Stoll left his house and drove away in his Volkswagen Golf. A few hours later, he appeared in his favorite pub in Wilnsdorf, visibly agitated, and ordered a beer, which he spilled before suddenly leaving. His next known location was an accident scene on the Autobahn 45, where two truck drivers discovered his crashed vehicle in a trench near Heigerseelbach. Notably, Stoll was naked and seriously injured inside the car, having suffered from injuries consistent with being run over by a car. Before he died, he mentioned 4 men who were allegedly with him in the car, insisting he had not been alone, yet he stated that these men were not responsible for his injuries. Earlier that night, Stoll was seen at a house in Heigerseelbach, where he inexplicably undressed and got injured in a fall, leading to initial wounds. This incident adds a layer of complexity to the case, suggesting that Stoll's activities between leaving the pub and the accident were erratic and unexplained. The timeline of Stoll's movements and actions from leaving his home to his death raises numerous questions about his mental state, the meaning of Yogg-See, and what exactly happened to him that night. Investigators were puzzled by the sequence of events leading to Stoll's death. The Autobahn accident scene, combined with the earlier home incident in Heigerseelbach, depicted a scenario where Stoll encountered various situations that contributed to his injuries and eventual death. The presence of external injuries suggested that Stoll had been run over by a car, yet the circumstances under which these injuries occurred, whether before or after the car accident, remained unclear. The mysterious circumstances surrounding the case, including the enigmatic note with Yogg-See, Stoll's unexplained behavior, and the lack of witnesses or clear evidence, have led to widespread speculation. Theories range from involvement in a conspiracy, being a victim of a random violent act, to suffering from a psychological break that led to his erratic behavior and subsequent death. However, despite extensive investigations, the case remains unsolved, with the true meaning of Yogg-See and the sequence of events leading to Stoll's death still shrouded in mystery. The Yogg-See case has become a focal point for discussions on unsolved mysteries, capturing the interest of both the public and investigators due to the bizarre and unexplained elements surrounding Stoll's death. The case remains open at present. Personally, my thoughts are that this was a guy who didn't get the help he needed during a mental health episode, and unfortunately paid with his life. I suspect his unusual behavior could have upset the wrong people, who ended him. Anyway, I just don't see any evidence of an overarching conspiracy theory, and without the enigmatic note, I suspect this case would never have become as well known as it has. Lars Mittank. In July 2014, Lars Mittank, a 28-year-old German national, vanished in Varna, Bulgaria, under circumstances so bizarre and mystifying that the story quickly transcended borders, captivating a global audience. Lars's journey began as an ordinary vacation with friends in the Bulgarian resort of Golden Sands. What was supposed to be a leisurely break took a dramatic turn when Lars was involved in a fight, resulting in an ear injury. Doctors diagnosed him with a ruptured eardrum and advised against flying due to the risk of potential health complications. Consequently, while his friends returned to Germany as planned, Lars stayed behind in Bulgaria to recover. He checked into a cheap hotel near the Varna airport, recommended by the medical staff, planning to return home once it was safe to fly. This decision marked the beginning of a series of events that would lead to his mysterious disappearance. The last known footage of Lars shows him at the Varna airport, exhibiting erratic behavior that starkly contrasted with his known personality. On July 8, 2014, Lars visited the airport's medical center to seek clearance for his flight back to Germany. However, after a brief interaction with the doctor, something triggered Lars to suddenly flee the facility. The CCTV footage captured Lars sprinting out of the airport, leaving behind his belongings, including his passport, wallet, and cell phone. He ran across the airport parking lot, climbed over a fence, and disappeared into the surrounding woods, never to be seen again. The footage of Lars's final known moments has been dissected by internet sleuths, law enforcement, and professional investigators, yet no one has been able to provide a satisfactory explanation for his sudden panic and subsequent disappearance. Several theories have emerged, ranging from mental health issues, possibly exacerbated by his injury and medication, to fears of being pursued, either due to the altercation during his vacation or another unknown reason. The case is particularly challenging due to the lack of concrete evidence or leads. The area surrounding Varna Airport was searched, but no sign of Lars was ever discovered. Interviews with acquaintances, airport staff, and medical personnel provided no insight into Lars's state of mind or his plans after leaving the airport. Rongo Rongo script. The Rongo Rongo script of Easter Island represents one of the most interesting unresolved mysteries in the study of ancient writing systems. Unlike anything else found in the region, the script's origins, meanings, and purposes remain largely speculative, with no consensus on its decipherment. Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui, and extremely famous for its monumental statues called moai, was home to a unique and isolated Polynesian culture. The Rongo Rongo script was reportedly discovered in the 19th century, although the exact date and circumstances of its discovery are subjects of debate. The script consists of hundreds of glyphs, which include anthropomorphic figures, animals, geometric shapes, and seemingly abstract symbols. These glyphs are carved on various objects, most notably on wooden tablets that have been preserved despite the island's humid climate and the passage of time. The first recorded mention of Rongo Rongo came from Catholic missionaries in the 1860s, who noted that the islanders attributed great importance to the inscriptions. However, by that time, the knowledge of reading the script had been lost, possibly due to the devastating impact of raids and introduced diseases in the 19th century. These activities unfortunately decimated the island's population and disrupted its cultural traditions. The purpose of the Rongo Rongo script has been the subject of much speculation. Some scholars suggest that it was used for ceremonial or religious purposes, possibly recording myths, genealogies, or rituals. Others propose that it might have served a practical function, such as accounting or recording historical events. The absence of any known Rongo Rongo readers and the lack of direct historical accounts make these theories difficult to verify. Efforts to decipher the script have faced significant challenges. Unlike other ancient scripts that have been deciphered with the help of a bilingual text, such as the Rosetta Stone for Egyptian hieroglyphs. No such aid exists for Rongorongo. The script's isolation, both geographically and culturally, from other writing systems complicates matters further, as there are no known linguistic relatives that could provide clues to its meaning. Several attempts at decipherment have been made, but none have gained widespread acceptance among scholars. The mystery of Rongorongo is compounded by the fate of the tablets themselves. Only a few dozen tablets have been preserved, many of which are scattered in museums and private collections around the world. The scarcity of these artifacts limits the available data for analysis and makes the task of decipherment even more daunting. Furthermore, the condition of some tablets, eroded by time and environmental factors, adds another layer of difficulty to interpreting the glyphs. The Rongorongo script of Easter Island remains one of the few entirely undeciphered writing systems in the world. The disappearance of Richie Edwards. Richie Edwards, a member of the Welsh rock band Manic Street Preachers, vanished on February 1st, 1995, leaving behind a perplexing, unsolved mystery. His disappearance came at a time when the band was gaining significant traction in the music world. On the day he disappeared, Edwards was due to fly to the United States for a promotional tour with his bandmate James Bradfield. However, Edwards never showed up for the flight. In the preceding days, he had withdrawn significant sums of money from his bank account. This detail led to speculation about his intentions, though what he planned to do with the money remains unknown. Edwards was last seen at the Embassy Hotel in London. From there, his movements become a matter of conjecture. His car was later found abandoned near the Severn Bridge, a known location for endings, which further fueled speculation about his fate. Inside the vehicle, authorities found evidence that suggested Edwards had been living in it for a few days, including a box of cereal and photographs to be developed. Despite extensive searches, no conclusive evidence has been found to determine Edwards' fate. The Severn Bridge's association with endings led many to believe Edwards ended himself, yet his body was never recovered. This absence of physical evidence has spurred numerous theories about what happened, including that he may have simply started new elsewhere. Edwards' family and fans have pointed out various reasons to doubt the self-ending theory, including the fact that there were numerous alleged sightings of him around the world after. It remains unclear why he withdrew large sums of cash before his disappearance, and this theoretically could have been used as seed funding for a new life abroad. El Dorado, the lost city of gold. El Dorado is a term that instantly conjures images of gold, wealth, and an ancient jungle city. El Dorado has been a significant part of South American folklore and a tantalizing target for explorers and treasure hunters for centuries. Originating from early Spanish explorations in the 16th century, El Dorado has evolved from a man, to a city, to an empire believed to be laden with gold and precious stones. The term El Dorado translates to the Golden One in Spanish, initially referring to the leader of the Muisca people, an indigenous group in the highlands of modern-day Colombia. According to accounts, the Muisca chief would cover himself in gold dust during religious ceremonies and then dive into Lake Guatavita, washing off the gold in the waters. This ritual, aimed at appeasing a god, caught the Spanish conquistadors' attention, fueling rumors of a city of immense wealth somewhere in the uncharted territories of South America. As the story of El Dorado spread, it ignited a frenzied search among explorers. The legend morphed over time, with El Dorado no longer representing a person but a city or a kingdom believed to be overflowing with gold. This quest for El Dorado led numerous expeditions into the heart of the continent, with explorers traversing through dense jungles, vast rivers, and treacherous mountains, facing numerous hardships, including hostile encounters with indigenous peoples, diseases, and often death. Among the most famous searchers for El Dorado was Sir Walter Raleigh, the English explorer who undertook 2 expeditions in the late 16th and early 17th centuries to find the city. Raleigh's expeditions, like many others, ended in failure, but his detailed accounts of the journey fueled further interest in El Dorado and the riches it promised. Another famous search was undertaken by Gonzalo Pizarro, the younger sibling of Francisco Pizarro. Also, quick aside, if your brother conquered a literal empire of gold in the form of the Incans, that's got to make your quest for the jungle equivalent seem more rational. Despite numerous expeditions and the advancements in geographical knowledge of South America, El Dorado remained elusive, with no concrete evidence of its existence ever found. The legend persisted into the 18th century, but as time passed and no tangible proof emerged, the search for El Dorado waned, and the legend gradually transitioned from a potential reality to a myth. Interestingly, though, in recent years, new techniques have been able to uncover structures of ancient civilizations in the Amazon, suggesting that perhaps El Dorado may have some more truth to it than one would think. I wouldn't be surprised if new findings out of the Amazon inspire, at the very least, a television show where explorers go on a modern El Dorado hunt with modern equipment and techniques. Also, if you grew up at any point during the last 2 decades or so, you know that the real treasure of this legend is Chell, the Honjo Masamune. The Honjo Masamune represents not just a priceless piece of Japanese cultural heritage, but also one of the most intriguing mysteries of occupation-era Japan. Crafted by the legendary swordsmith Masamune in the late 13th or early 14th century, this sword is considered a masterpiece among Japanese swords, or Nihonto. Masamune's works are celebrated for their beauty, quality, and the superior craftsmanship that marks them as unparalleled artifacts. And yes, if you've ever played a JRPG or watched an anime, you've probably heard this name ascribed to a sword in whatever game or anime that was. The Honjo Masamune, named after a general who once owned it, carries not only the legacy of its creator, but also the history of Japan itself, making its disappearance a significant loss to both cultural heritage and historical scholarship. The tale of the Honjo Masamune mirrors the tumultuous periods of Japanese history, having been passed down through generations of warriors, samurai, and collectors. The sword's last known owner before its disappearance was Tokugawa Ieyasu, the hereditary head of the Tokugawa family, who governed Japan during the Edo period. Ieyasu surrendered it to a police station in Majiro, Tokyo, in December 1945, following the Allied directive to confiscate all weapons in Japan after World War II, including Nihonto. The Allied forces collected thousands of swords, many of historical and cultural significance, as part of the disarmament process. The Honjo Masamune, along with other surrendered swords, was presumably intended for destruction or repurposing, a fate that presumably befell countless historical artifacts in the aftermath of the war. However, the exact sequence of events following its surrender is where the trail goes cold. The Japanese police claim they handed the sword over to Sergeant Coldy Bymore, but from there, its whereabouts become a matter of speculation and mystery, as the U.S. occupation forces didn't receive it. Also, yes, you heard me correct, the American serviceman was allegedly named Coldy Bymore. Unsurprisingly, someone by that name has never been discovered. I would hypothesize that the false name given may have been something more legitimately American, perhaps Cody Biltmore. The disappearance of the Honjo Masamune has sparked numerous theories and leads over the decades. Some suggest it may have been taken to the United States, either as a war trophy or in an official capacity, only to be lost, sold, or hidden away. Others believe it might still be in Japan, unrecognized or kept secret by a private collector. Efforts to locate the Honjo Masamune have been complicated by a few factors. The chaotic post-war period saw the displacement and destruction of many records, making it difficult to track the movement of surrendered items. Also, the sword's immense cultural value and the prestige associated with Masamune's works mean that the sword would be, to put it mildly, of extreme value, meaning a collector is unlikely to simply volunteer it. Personally, I imagine that this sword is sitting on a mantelpiece in Bismarck, North Dakota, its present owners completely unaware that they possess one of the rarest and most sought-after swords ever crafted. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid are names that resonate through American history, pop culture, and Old West folklore. Butch Cassidy, born Robert Leroy Parker in 1866 in Beaver, Utah, grew up in a large Mormon family. Influenced by the rugged surroundings and the tales of outlaws, he embarked on a life of crime, starting with minor thefts and eventually escalating to bank and train robberies. His charisma, intelligence, and aversion to violence, preferring to use wit and strategy over brute force, distinguished him from other outlaws of his time and helped his image as a gentlemanly bandit. The Sundance Kid, whose real name was Harry Alonzo Longabaugh, was born in 1867 in Montclair, Pennsylvania. He earned his nickname after serving time for horse theft in Sundance, Wyoming. Known for his sharpshooting skills, Longabaugh crossed paths with Cassidy, and the two, along with a rotating group of troublemakers known as the Wild Bunch, embarked on a series of high-profile robberies across the United States. The Wild Bunch was notorious for their audacious heists, which included robbing banks, trains, and paying off law enforcement to turn a blind eye to their escapades. They were pioneers in the use of dynamite for safe cracking and became famed for their Robin Hood image, often sharing their loot with the poor. This, combined with their efforts to avoid violence, helped cultivate a somewhat romantic image of the gang among the public. Despite their efforts to remain nonviolent, the gang was constantly pursued by lawmen and the Pinkerton Detective Agency. The relentless pursuit forced Cassidy and the Sundance Kid to seek refuge outside the United States. In 1901, they, along with Sundance's companion, Etta Place, fled to Argentina, where they attempted to live under assumed names and start anew as ranchers. However, the lure of easy money proved too strong to resist, and they soon reverted to their old ways, robbing banks and trains in South America. Their activities eventually drew the attention of local authorities, and in 1908, it is widely believed that Cassidy and the Sundance Kid met their end in Bolivia. According to the most accepted account, after robbing a payroll delivery courier, they were surrounded by soldiers in the small town of San Vicente. Refusing to be captured, the pair allegedly engaged in a shootout, during which they were fatally wounded. However, there is no conclusive evidence they met their end in Bolivia, and both men are claimed to have been sighted back in the United States. I'm going to hazard to guess that it may not have been any great feat for wealthy, charismatic bandits to grease a few palms and have themselves declared dead in early 20th century Bolivia. The disappearance of Etta Place. The disappearance of Etta Place, the Sundance Kid's longtime partner, remains shrouded in mystery and speculation. Etta Place's origins are as mysterious as her disappearance. Historical records provide little evidence of her early life, including her real name, which remains a subject of debate. It is believed that Etta Place was an alias. She has been variously identified in historical documents, but none conclusively reveal her true identity. She emerged into the public eye in the late 1890s, primarily through her association with Harry Longabaugh, the Sundance Kid. Described as strikingly beautiful, intelligent, and well-mannered, Etta was unlike the typical female companions of outlaws of the time. She was reportedly well educated and possessed horse riding and shooting skills that allowed her to move comfortably within the outlaw circles and the rugged terrains they frequented. The most well-documented period of Etta's life was her time in South America with Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Etta's presence in South America is well documented through photographs and various historical accounts, which depict her as an integral part of the trio's life on the run. In 1909, after the Sundance Kid's supposed death, she vanished from historical records, leaving behind a trail of speculation and unanswered questions. There are several theories about Etta's disappearance. One theory suggests that she grew weary of the outlaw lifestyle to return to the United States. Another posits that she remained in South America, possibly after Sundance and Cassidy were allegedly killed in Bolivia, and either married or lived out her days in anonymity. A third theory suggests that she met an untimely death, either through illness or at the hands of enemies, although there is no concrete evidence to support this claim. Unlike Cassidy and Sundance, whose deaths, while still hotly debated, are documented through contemporary accounts and believed by many to have occurred in Bolivia, Etta left no such trail. There are numerous candidates for her actual identity. However, none of them seem to match up in any meaningful way. The Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine. The Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine is a legendary treasure said to be hidden in the Superstition Mountains of Arizona. Despite numerous expeditions, the mine remains an enduring mystery. The story centers on Jacob Waltz, a German immigrant often referred to as the Dutchman. Waltz reportedly discovered a rich gold mine in the Superstition Mountains in the late 1800s, but took the secret of its location to his grave in 1891. Unlike many such legendary tales, Jacob Waltz was a historical person who immigrated to the United States in 1848, presumably in the wake of the ongoing revolutions in Europe. There is evidence to suggest that Jacob Waltz did have a large quantity of gold, though whether his wealth was derived from this supposed gold mine is ultimately unknown. Before his death, Waltz is said to have shared cryptic clues about the mine's whereabouts with a few acquaintances, setting the stage for a mystery that has captivated the imagination of many. The legend of the Lost Dutchman's Mine is not just a tale of hidden treasure. It's interwoven with the history and folklore of the American Southwest. The Superstition Mountains themselves are named for the Native American beliefs that held the area to be sacred and cursed, adding a layer of supernatural intrigue to the story of the mine. Over the years, the legend has been embellished with tales of Apache guardians, Spanish conquistadors, and cursed gold, making the distinction between fact and fiction increasingly blurred. Some accounts suggest that it's less a gold mine and more of a mountain storage area used by conquistadors to hide plundered gold. Many have tried to locate the Lost Dutchman's Mine, using Waltz's supposed clues and maps that have surfaced over the years. These maps, often contradictory and confusing, have led countless treasure hunters into the Superstition Mountains. The area's treacherous terrain, with its steep cliffs and extreme temperatures, have claimed the lives of several individuals, fueling rumors that the mine is cursed. The terrain has claimed numerous searchers, with the latest unfortunate losses coming in 2010. My theory on this one is that Jacob Waltz may have simply enjoyed telling tall tales about a gold mine, and given that he was independently wealthy, this story developed into the present tale, which is more legend than fact. That said, I can say with near certainty that there are definitely lost gold mines in the American Southwest. Further, it seems that there are almost certainly quote-unquote storage facilities used by conquistadors which were lost over the centuries. Anyway, quick footnote on this one. The myth has become so prevalent that Superstition Mountains are now part of the Lost Dutchman State Park. The death of Vladislav Sikorsky. The death of Władysław Sikorski, the Prime Minister of the Polish government in exile and Commander-in-Chief of the Polish Armed Forces during World War II, remains shrouded in mystery. Sikorski's untimely demise on July 4, 1943, in a plane crash just after takeoff from Gibraltar, has fueled speculation, conspiracy theories, and extensive investigations for decades. At the time of his death, Sikorski was a central figure in Polish politics and military strategy. He had led the Polish government in exile based in London since 1940, following Poland's occupation by Germany and the Soviet Union. Sikorski was instrumental in organizing Polish military forces in the West and was a key advocate for Poland's interests on the international stage. His leadership was marked by efforts to secure Poland's post-war sovereignty and the investigation of the Katyn massacre, where thousands of Polish officers were ended by the Soviets in 1940. His refusal to accept the Soviet explanation for what happened at Katyn is key to this mystery. By way of backstory, the Soviets claimed that the Nazis committed this heinous act, despite having committed the massacre themselves. The plane crash that claimed Sikorski's life occurred shortly after midnight, when the Liberator II aircraft he was traveling in plunged into the sea moments after taking off from Gibraltar. Sikorski was returning from an inspection tour of Polish forces in the Middle East and a diplomatic mission in the Soviet Union. The only survivor of the crash was the pilot, Edward Perchal, leading to immediate speculation about the cause of the incident. The official British investigation into the crash concluded that it was likely caused by the aircraft's controls being jammed by a baggage overload, leading to a loss of control immediately after takeoff. However, this explanation did not satisfy many, and alternative theories quickly emerged. These theories ranged from sabotage and assassination to more complex scenarios involving the political tensions of the time. At the heart of the speculation surrounding Sikorski's death were the strained relations between the Polish government in exile and its allies, particularly the Soviet Union. Sikorski had been a vocal critic of the Soviets, especially regarding the Katyn massacre and the fate of Polish territories under Soviet control. His efforts to maintain Polish independence and sovereignty were seen as an obstacle to Soviet plans for post-war Eastern Europe, leading some to speculate that the Soviet Union had a motive for eliminating Sikorski. Other theories have implicated the British government, suggesting that Sikorski's death was convenient for the Allies, who were seeking to strengthen their relationship with the Soviet Union as a strategic partner against Nazi Germany. According to this line of thought, Sikorski's removal would ease tensions between the Allies and the Soviets, making him a casualty of wartime diplomacy. Despite the various theories, no concrete evidence has definitively proven foul play. Subsequent investigations and examinations of the crash, including a Polish exhumation of Sikorski's body in 1993, have failed to uncover new evidence that conclusively supports any of the assassination theories. Given that Sikorski was driving a wedge between the Western Allies and the Soviets during a crucial period in the war, it is easy to find motive for the Allies or the Soviets to have taken action against him. Sometimes a plane crash is just a plane crash, though that is a much harder pill to swallow when the most brutal Soviet dictator is a potential suspect. The Soviets admitted to the Katyn massacre in 1989, which was the wholesale elimination of over 20,000 Polish officers and intellectuals. Further, the Soviets admitted to numerous other serious war crimes in the 1980s, yet did not admit to this slaying. These facts suggest that the Soviets perhaps should be ruled out. Further, it was quite obvious by this point that Poland would not be returned to its pre-war independent state, especially considering one of the co-belligerents against Poland was now an ally. However, that said, personally, I don't think the British would have done it, as they relied extensively on Polish exiles to bolster their forces. Had such a conspiracy ever been proven, This would have seriously compromised Britain's warfighting ability. In the end, sometimes a plane crash is just a plane crash, though I do not think we will ever have a complete definitive answer. Polybius, the arcade mystery. Polybius is a potential arcade game, alleged to have appeared briefly in the early 1980s in the suburbs of Portland, Oregon. The mystery of Polybius is a blend of conspiracy, technology, and psychology, woven into a narrative that remains quote-unquote unresolved to this day. According to the legend, Polybius appeared in a handful of arcades in 1981, only to vanish without a trace weeks later. Reports claim the game was incredibly popular, with players experiencing intense addiction, followed by adverse effects such as nausea, headaches, amnesia, nightmares, and, in some cases, the desire to end oneself. It was also said that men in black suits would collect data from the machines, fueling speculation that the game was part of a government-run psychological experiment. The origins of the Polybius myth are difficult to pinpoint. However, the earliest known mention of the game surfaced on the internet in the early 2000s, decades after it supposedly existed. This timing has led many to question the veracity of the claims, suggesting that Polybius might be nothing more than an elaborate hoax or an urban legend. Given the lack of any physical evidence of Polybius, and the lack of any meaningful testimony from people who supposedly played it, and the lack of contemporary reference, I stand in the urban legend camp on Polybius. That's part 3 of the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg in the bag. If you made it this far, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. I'm constantly creating new content for you to enjoy. Also, if you really want to take it to the next level, consider becoming a patron. My Patreon link is in the description. Shout out to my shout out to your patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, and Kurt the Squirt. Anyway, as always, until next time, stay healthy and peace out. Welcome to the Unsolved Mysteries Iceberg Part 4, where we explore some of the most fascinating and dark unsolved mysteries. On this iceberg, we deep dive unsolved mysteries including true crime, myths and legends, strange events, cryptids, urban legends, internet mysteries, and more. Let's go down the rabbit hole. But first, hit the like button and make sure to subscribe. Celine Delgado Lopez. Celine Delgado Lopez is an alleged missing girl from Mexico who has captivated the internet in the last few years. Starting in the late 1990s, Canal 5, a Mexican television channel, had a tradition of airing a public interest announcement late at night. These segments were dedicated to community service, featuring the names of missing individuals in the hopes that viewers could assist in locating them by reporting any information to the authorities. However, in 2001, one missing persons case stood out: Celine Delgado Lopez, a missing 18-year-old girl. Unlike the detailed profiles of other missing individuals, the only details shared about Celine were her name, age, and the fact that she disappeared in Mexico City, leaving a mysterious gap in her story. The intrigue around Celine Delgado Lopez escalated when viewers reported feeling uneasy and scared upon seeing her photo during the broadcast. Some viewers even allegedly claimed that the television channel would freeze or glitch for a few minutes and then abruptly switch to static whenever her image was displayed. As the rumors evolved, more modern theories suggesting that Celine's nondescript appearance and generic facial expression indicated she might not be a real person, but rather her image was generated by artificial intelligence. This theory prompted further investigation by internet sleuths, which revealed that there were no public records of Celine Delgado's disappearance. Adding to the intrigue, the photograph was broadcast for years after, suggesting she had not been found. There's a whole bunch of potential theories on the Celine Delgado Lopez case. However, The only thing known for certain is that the image of this girl was broadcast in 2001. One theory is that Delgado Lopez is a fictional character, an urban legend that originated from Canal 5. This creation was intended not just to spook viewers, but also to highlight the importance of vigilance and safety for Mexico's youth. Others speculate that Delgado Lopez's persona was also purportedly the result of a hoax, where an individual submitted a fabricated photo and profile to Canal 5. However, the theory that I prefer is that she is likely a real teenager who went missing circa 2001. Her parents submitted her photograph and her name, and the low-quality image was simply the result of technology at the time. Further, the lack of updates or any police records could be explained by her being a runaway who returned home to her family. However, unusually, Canal 5 has made cryptic references to Celine Delgado Lopez on their Twitter account, lending credence to the idea that she was a fictitious creation of the TV station. The idea of using a real unsolved missing teenager for the purpose of promoting a Twitter account would obviously cross some serious moral and ethical boundaries. That said, if anyone is more familiar with Canal 5, let me know if this would be within the MO of the station in the comments below. King Ludwig II, the Fairy Tale King. Ludwig II of Bavaria, often referred to as the Fairy Tale King, or less favorably, Mad King Ludwig, was born on August 25, 1845, in the Kingdom of Bavaria, now part of modern Germany. His reign, which began in 1864, was marked by personal eccentricity and extravagant architectural projects, rather than political achievements. Ludwig's mysterious death on June 13, 1886, has sparked much speculation and intrigue, remaining a topic of debate and analysis to this day. Ludwig was the eldest son of King Maximilian II of Bavaria and Queen Marie. Raised in the privileged and isolated environment of the Bavarian court, Ludwig developed a keen interest in arts, architecture, and music from an early age, particularly the works of Richard Wagner, whom he later patronized extensively. Ludwig ascended to the throne at the age of 18 following his father's death. His initial years were marked by enthusiasm and progressive ideas, but he quickly became disillusioned with the day-to-day duties of kingship, preferring instead to focus on artistic and architectural projects. Ludwig's reign saw the construction of several extravagant castles and palaces, the most famous being Neuschwanstein Castle, a fantastical creation set against the Bavarian Alps, which has since become an iconic symbol of Germany, and perhaps the most famous castle in the world, with a little help from Walt Disney. Other notable constructions include Linderhof Palace and Herrenchiemsee Palace, each reflecting Ludwig's admiration for Louis XIV of France and his desire to escape from reality into a world of romantic idealism. Despite their beauty, these projects were extremely costly, leading to severe financial strain on Bavaria's treasury. Ludwig financed these endeavors through personal debt rather than state funds, which further complicated the financial situation. Ludwig was known for his reclusive lifestyle, often avoiding public appearances and state affairs. He preferred the solitude of his castles, where he indulged in his fantasies. Ludwig's personal life was subject to speculation, including rumors about his sexuality and mental health. By the 1880s, Ludwig's behavior and financial extravagance alarmed the Bavarian government and his family to such a degree that they needed a plan to remove him. In 1886, a government commission declared Ludwig mentally unfit to rule, citing his extravagant projects and reclusive behavior as evidence of insanity. Ludwig was deposed and interned at Berg Castle on Lake Starnberg. Just days after his deposition, on June 13, 1886, Ludwig and his psychiatrist, Dr. Bernhard von Gudden, were found dead in shallow water near the castle, under mysterious circumstances. The official cause of death was declared as self-ending by drowning for both men, but this explanation has been widely questioned. There were no signs of struggle, and Ludwig was known to be a strong swimmer. Furthermore, the autopsy report indicated that Ludwig's body showed no signs of water inhalation, a detail that contradicts the drowning theory. Further yet, Dr. von Guden's body showed signs of struggle, suggesting he had been slain. Also, to add another layer to the mystery, personal notes were found from Ludwig's personal fisherman after the fisherman's death. The fisherman was advised that there were quote-unquote certain things he may never speak about, and in return, his family would be looked after. These personal notes indicate that the fisherman had made a deal with Ludwig to help Ludwig escape from his internment at Berg Castle. To paraphrase a popular saying from the last few years in a YouTube-friendly manner, Ludwig didn't consensually end his existence. The Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant, as described in the Bible, is a wooden chest containing the 2 stone tablets of the 10 Commandments. It is one of the most sacred artifacts for all Abrahamic faiths, symbolizing the divine presence of God and playing a central role in religious rituals. Despite its significance, the whereabouts of the Ark have been shrouded in mystery for centuries, leading to numerous theories and speculations about its fate and location. The Ark was constructed by the Israelites while in the wilderness of Sinai, following instructions given to Moses by God. It was housed in the tabernacle and later in the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem upon settlement there. The Ark served not only as a physical manifestation of God's presence, but also as a symbol of the covenant between God and the Israelites. It was carried into battle, consulted for divine guidance, and involved in significant religious ceremonies. The Ark's disappearance is not explicitly documented in the Bible, leading to various interpretations and theories. The most commonly accepted theory is that it was either hidden or destroyed during the Babylonian conquest of Jerusalem in 586 BC. During the sack of the city, the Babylonians destroyed Solomon's temple. However, there is no direct evidence to support this, and the Ark's fate remains a topic of speculation. Several theories have emerged regarding the Ark's whereabouts. One popular theory suggests that the Ark was hidden by the priesthood before the Babylonian attack to prevent its capture. Locations proposed for its hiding place include underneath the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, in caves near the Dead Sea, or even in Ethiopia, where the Ethiopian Orthodox Church claims it resides in the Church of Our Lady, Mary of Zion in Aksum. Another theory posits that the Ark was taken to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar's forces as part of the temple treasures. However, interestingly, the Babylonians did document their looting of Jerusalem, and the Ark is not listed among the items recorded in the Babylonian account of the treasures looted from the temple, casting doubt on this theory. It is of course possible that someone amongst the Babylonian forces noted the value of the Ark and looted it personally. Also, it's entirely possible that the tablet that recorded the Ark's looting has itself been lost to history. The mystery of the Ark has prompted numerous searches and expeditions over the centuries. Archaeologists, historians, and treasure hunters have explored potential locations in the Middle East and Africa based on historical records, religious texts, and local legends. Despite these efforts, no verifiable evidence of the Ark's existence or location has been found. To go back to the Ethiopian claim, only one person is allowed to see or interact with it, and that's the monk appointed for life as a guardian of the Ark. However, the Ethiopian tradition claims the Ark came to Ethiopia during the time of King Solomon, which cannot be possible given that King Solomon lived centuries before the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem. A British officer claims to have personally examined the Ark including inside the Ark in 1941, and found the Ark to be an empty chest of medieval origin. In my view, the Ethiopian story was likely intended to give legitimacy to the House of Solomon, which ruled Ethiopia from the 13th century AD to the 20th century. Al-Swearingen. Al-Swearingen, a notable figure of the American Old West, is best known for his ownership of the Gem Theater, a notorious house of ill repute in Deadwood, South Dakota, during the late 19th century. His life, steeped in controversy and criminal activities, ended under mysterious circumstances that remain unsolved to this day. Swearingen arrived in Deadwood in 1876, capitalizing on the Black Hills gold rush. The Gem Theater, under his ownership and management, became infamous for its offerings of gambling, liquor, and other more illicit activities. Swearingen's reputation was that of a ruthless businessman who wouldn't hesitate to exploit others for profit. Also, if you're wondering why his name sounds so familiar and it hasn't hit you yet, he was a central and memorable character from the HBO show Deadwood. In November 1904, Swearingen's body was found on a Denver, Colorado street, with initial reports suggesting he had fallen or been thrown from a high bridge, leading to speculation about his slaying. Despite the violent and suspicious circumstances surrounding his death, no conclusive evidence was ever presented to solve the case. Theories about his demise range from robbery gone wrong, given that he was known to carry significant sums of money in his past life, to a premeditated attack by an enemy from his past life in Deadwood. With regard to the robbery theory, while he was broke at the time of his death, this likely wasn't common knowledge amongst people who knew him in the preceding decades. Research into Swearingen's death is complicated by the lack of reliable historical records and the passage of time, which has obscured many details. Also, to add one more twist to this mystery, Swearingen had a twin brother. 2 months prior to his slaying, Al Swearingen's twin brother was shot under mysterious circumstances. To me, this strongly suggests the fatal attack was carried out by someone with a vendetta, stemming back from his days in Deadwood. However, at this point, the truth will likely never be known. Mary Agnes Gross. In 1962, Marlis Janice Thomas was told her newborn, Mary Agnes Gross, died hours after birth in Worthington, Minnesota. Marley saw her daughter alive, but after sedation, was informed of her death without a clear cause. Doubts arose due to a mismatch in the baby's appearance at the funeral home and the hospital's refusal of an autopsy. A few months after, she received a mysterious letter in the mail containing a picture of a family with a newborn daughter. No return address was listed, nor was there a letter attached. Years later, discrepancies surfaced about Mary Agnes's burial. Investigations showed paperwork errors, including a funeral document with Mary Agnes's name and conflicting hospital records. Further, in 1989, another headstone was placed on Mary Agnes's plot, indicating that a baby named Pamela Ray Dickey was buried there. In 1996, after a significant legal battle, the alleged body of Mary Agnes was exhumed, and a DNA test was conducted. Well, at this point you can probably guess the twist. The quote-unquote body of Mary Agnes Gross did not match Marlis Thomas. The DNA tests on exhumed remains, coupled with the mysterious photo received years earlier, showing a family with a baby resembling Marlis's estranged husband, led Marlis to believe Mary Agnes was adopted by another family. She suspected hospital staff, thinking she couldn't care for her baby as a newly single mother, facilitated the adoption. Shakespeare's lost play, Love's Labours Won. Love's Labours Won is a purported work by William Shakespeare that has intrigued scholars and enthusiasts for centuries, primarily because it is mentioned in several contemporary sources, but no copies of it have been found. Nothing is known about this supposed play, and it is primarily known from a 1598 list of Shakespeare works and a bookseller's catalog from 1603 that lists it as a separate title. One theory that has gained traction over the years is that Love's Labour's Won is not a lost play, but an alternative title for another known Shakespeare play, with The Taming of the Shrew being a prime candidate. The theory posits that Love's Labour's Won was a subtitle or an earlier title for The Taming of the Shrew, suggesting a thematic connection between the two. The Taming of the Shrew deals with courtship and marriage, fitting the implication of a sequel to Love's Labour's Lost, a play centered around the comedic mishaps of love. Shakespearean scholars have noted that there are no direct narrative links between Love's Labour's Lost and The Taming of the Shrew that would explicitly confirm the latter as a sequel. Further, the idea that Love's Labour's Won could be an alternate title for The Taming of the Shrew is bolstered by the then common practice of assigning multiple titles to plays. There's one idea I didn't see discussed in my research for this. And as a quick aside, I've enjoyed researching lost media for some time now. I haven't seen the theory that the 1598 list simply contained an erroneous title. After all, in 1598 you simply couldn't go to the library and look up a catalog of Shakespeare's works. We don't know the source of knowledge on the inclusion of this supposed play in the 1598 list. The 1603 catalog may have simply copied the 1598 list. Basically, what I'm proposing is that Love's Labour's Won could be the 16th century equivalent of Yeah, Beebus Won, discussed in part 1 of this iceberg. Jody Huisentruit. Jody Huisentruit was a 27-year-old news anchor for KIMT, a CBS affiliate in Mason City, Iowa, who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Huisentruit was born on June 5, 1968 in Long Prairie, Minnesota. She developed an early interest in broadcasting, leading her to pursue a degree in mass communications from St. Cloud State University in Minnesota. After graduation, Huisentruit embarked on her journalism career, working in various small markets, including Cedar Rapids, Iowa, before settling in Mason City, Iowa. Known for her dedication and vibrant personality, Huisentruit quickly became a familiar face in the community, engaging viewers with her warmth. Her disappearance on June 27, 1995, remains unsolved, marking the start of what has become a very significant cold case in Iowa history. Huisentruit was reported missing after failing to show up for her morning news segment. The previous evening, she had played golf with friends and was reportedly in good spirits. Concerns were raised when Huisentruit didn't arrive at work by 4 a.m. for her shift, prompting a colleague to call her. Huisentruit answered, mentioning she was on her way, but she never arrived. Evidence at her apartment complex suggested a struggle. Huisentruit's red Mazda Miata was found in the parking lot, along with her personal items scattered around, including her shoes, hairspray, blow dryer, and earrings. The key to her car was bent, found in the lock of the trunk, indicating a possible abduction scenario. There were also signs of a struggle, including a palm print on her vehicle that has never been matched to a suspect. Despite extensive searches, no further evidence was found in the vicinity. Investigations into Huisentruit's disappearance initially focused on her personal and professional life. Authorities interviewed friends, family, and co-workers, but no substantial leads were developed. Over the years, various theories have been proposed, including potential stalking, as Huisentruit had expressed concerns about unfamiliar individuals around her home before her disappearance. Another theory considered was her investigation into drug activity in the area, which might have put her in danger, though evidence supporting this is limited. The case received national attention, with coverage on television programs such as America's Most Wanted and Unsolved Mysteries, generating tips, but no breakthroughs. She was ultimately declared legally dead in May 2001. However, despite that, her case is still being actively investigated by the authorities. Okay, everyone, time for a super quick plug. Since you've made it this far, I would really appreciate if you hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell. This helps my channel spread and grow. I'm devoting a larger and larger portion of my time to this channel and content creation, so expect a ton of new content in the near future. Also, calling on you absolute chads and chadettes, join up on the Patreon or the YouTube membership. Both links are in the description. Now back to our iceberg. Longinus, the Spear of Destiny. The Spear of Destiny, also known as the Holy Lance or the Lance of Longinus, holds a significant place in Christian mythology and historical lore. It's said to be the lance that a Roman soldier, identified in the Gospel of John as Longinus, used to pierce the side of Jesus Christ during the crucifixion. The Spear of Destiny's narrative roots trace back to New Testament biblical accounts, specifically the Gospel of John, which describes how Jesus, already perished, was pierced by a Roman soldier to confirm his death, leading to a sudden outpouring of blood and water. Early Christian tradition expanded on this event, granting the spear sacred status due to its direct contact with Jesus. Christian tradition also holds that the Roman soldier who did the act converted to Christianity, and he is today revered as a saint. Over the centuries, this relic has been imbued with mystical properties, including the power to grant victory and protection to its possessor, making it a coveted artifact among rulers and military leaders. The spear's documented history is as complex as the legends surrounding it, with several spears claimed to be the genuine article across various locations in Europe. The most famous of these is housed in the Hofburg Palace in Vienna, Austria. This spear was part of the imperial regalia of the Holy Roman Empire, and its history is well documented from the 10th century onwards. Otto the Great was the first verified owner of the spear in this chain of custody. However, previous leaders such as Constantine the Great and Charles the Great, Charlemagne, are also said to have possessed it. All Holy Roman emperors after were at least nominally in possession of the Spear of Destiny, including rulers such as Charles V, who was the first person who was said to preside over an empire on which the sun never sets. Perhaps the most famous purported owner of the spear was Hitler, who was said to have taken direct possession of it after the annexation of Austria in 1938. The Germans hid all the imperial regalia of the Holy Roman Empire in a bunker in Nuremberg through the war, though it was recovered and returned to the Hofburg Palace after the end of the conflict. As for the power associated with the spear, regardless of its authenticity, I have to believe that possession of such a powerful artifact has, at the very least, a psychological effect that can warp the reality of the possessor. Sandown Clown. The Sandown Clown is a lesser-known yet intriguing paranormal figure. This entity was reportedly encountered in 1973 on the Isle of Wight, England, by two young children, sparking a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Unlike traditional ghost stories or urban legends, the Sandown Clown's appearance and behavior were distinctly unusual, blending elements of the eerie and the absurd. On a summer day in 1973, two children were playing near a disused airfield in Sandown when they heard a peculiar whining sound, like a siren. Investigating its source, they stumbled upon a structure from which the noise seemed to emanate. Approaching closer, they were confronted by a bizarre figure, an entity resembling a clown, but with several unsettling features that set it apart from any typical circus performer or entertainer. This figure was described as being nearly 7 feet tall, with a bald head except for a fringe of red hair, small, high-set eyes that were likened to portholes, and a large, drooping mouth that never moved when it spoke. Perhaps most bizarre of all, the entity communicated with the children, expressing loneliness and a desire for companionship, yet it exhibited behaviors and abilities that were anything but human. During the encounter, the clown demonstrated the ability to appear and disappear at will, moving in ways that defied natural explanation. It led the children to the back of the hut, revealing a hidden area that seemed inconsistent with the hut's exterior dimensions. The conversation between the entity and the children touched on topics ranging from the clown's personal loneliness to cryptic remarks about its origins and nature. The Sandown clown did not exhibit overtly malevolent behavior during the encounter, but its appearance and actions left the children unsettled. They eventually left the scene, looking back to see the figure watching them from a distance before it vanished. The experience deeply affected both children, leading to immediate reports to parents and subsequently investigations by paranormal researchers. The investigation into the Sandown clown has yielded more questions than answers. Skeptics suggest the encounter could be a misinterpreted sighting of a local eccentric or a prankster, yet no satisfactory explanation has been provided for the entity's bizarre appearance and capabilities, as described by the children. The lack of additional sightings and the singular nature of the encounter add to the mystery, with some proposing explanations ranging from extraterrestrial visitors to interdimensional beings. Critically, the Sandown clown incident stands out for its unique blend of elements from both ghostly apparitions and encounters with otherworldly entities. The detailed descriptions provided by the children, their evident distress, and the lack of any clear motive or explanation challenge easy dismissal of the event as mere fantasy or fabrication. Personally, since finding out about the Sandown clown a few months ago, I've been fascinated with the story, and I'm surprised it isn't more well known. The disappearance of Susan Walsh. Susan Walsh, a journalist, vanished on July 16, 1996, after leaving her apartment in Nutley, New Jersey. Walsh was last seen leaving her home, reportedly to use a payphone. She never returned, and no trace of her has been found since. At the time of her disappearance, Walsh was involved in investigative journalism, working on stories about the Russian mafia, human trafficking, and also the underground vampire subculture in New York City. Her work was considered risky and led to speculation that her disappearance was connected to her investigations. Walsh also struggled with personal issues, including substance abuse and financial difficulties. She was also going through a contentious divorce, adding layers of complexity to her life situation. A number of theories have been proposed to explain her disappearance. The prevailing theory is that Walsh's disappearance was related to her journalistic work, especially her investigations into the Russian mafia and human trafficking. She had reportedly received threats because of her work, suggesting a possible motive for foul play. Another popular theory stems from the fact that in an interview 2 days before her disappearance, she made reference to having a stalker. I note that this stalker could be connected in some way to the previous theory. Perhaps this was not a stalker, but to put it in YouTube-friendly language, a contracted professional. Another less popular theory focuses on Walsh's personal struggles. Some speculate that she may have voluntarily disappeared to start a new life, or that her disappearance was related to her personal associations and not her professional work. However, there's absolutely no evidence to support this, and she left behind a young son. Vietnam War POWs. Post-war, the United States and Vietnam faced the monumental task of repatriating POWs. In 1973, the Paris Peace Accords led to the release of 591 American POWs. However, allegations surfaced that hundreds of American servicemen remained captive in Southeast Asia. These claims have persisted despite numerous investigations by the U.S. government and independent organizations. Critics argue that in the rush to withdraw from Vietnam, the U.S. government failed to account for all missing servicemen. They point to discrepancies in wartime records, sightings of Americans in Vietnam post-1973, and the political and diplomatic incentives to underreport the number of POWs. The U.S. government, through efforts like the Senate Select Committee on POW MIA Affairs, found, quote, no compelling evidence that proves that any American remains alive in captivity in Southeast Asia. Yet, the issue is far from resolved for many. Further, this committee was convened in 1991, over 20 years after the Paris Peace Accords. Key to understanding this issue is the distinction between POWs and MIAs. While POWs are known to have been captured, MIAs disappeared under circumstances that make their fate uncertain. The ambiguity surrounding MIA cases contributes to the belief that some may have been taken prisoner. Given the number of captured American troops that were held in Vietnam, there is little doubt in my mind that the Paris Peace Accords did not successfully free all the POWs. I suspect that the newly united Vietnam would have had a strong incentive not to return American servicemen who had suffered in the most extreme ways while in captivity. Interestingly, much of the work bringing this issue to the public attention was done by movie stars, most famously Sylvester Stallone in Rambo: First Blood Part 2. Famously, the plot of this movie turns on Rambo being sent to Vietnam to rescue POWs whose plight the American government had been ignoring. At any rate, the true fate of any remaining American POWs remains unknown, and will probably remain that way given that the Vietnamese government strongly pursues normal diplomatic and trading status with the states. Further, the sad reality is that almost anyone who was held under these circumstances is now almost certainly past, which makes the issue much less poignant than it was in the decades following the war. Wrinkles the Clown. Wrinkles the Clown gained public attention around 2015, emerging as a mysterious figure in Naples, Florida. This character, donning a distinctive creepy clown mask and costume, became known for being hired to scare children as a form of behavior correction. Wrinkles' eerie persona and unconventional service sparked widespread curiosity and concern, leading to a viral phenomenon. The inception of Wrinkles the Clown is traced back to a person who reportedly moved from Rhode Island to Florida after retirement. Choosing anonymity, the individual behind Wrinkles created a backstory for the character, which included living in a small van and offering scare services for hire. A sticker on the van advertised a phone number, inviting people to call Wrinkles, either to hire him or just to interact with the character. The phone number connected callers to a voicemail that further amplified the mystique around Wrinkles. The viral spread of Wrinkles was fueled by videos and photos showing the clown appearing in unexpected places, such as standing silently by a child's bed or lurking in a home's backyard. These appearances were uploaded to various social media platforms, leading to millions of views and a mix of horror and fascination among viewers. The content sparked debates over the appropriateness and ethics of using such a figure for disciplining children. The person behind Wrinkles has maintained anonymity, contributing to the character's mystique. Interviews and communications were conducted in character, with Wrinkles speaking in a gravelly voice, offering vague and often unsettling comments about his motivations and experiences. In 2019, the documentary Wrinkles the Clown was released, providing insight into the phenomenon. As of 2024, it looks like the Wrinkles phenomenon has died down significantly, and it is unclear to me if the individual behind the clown is still portraying this character. The disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. Amy Lynn Bradley, a 23-year-old from Chesterfield County, Virginia, vanished while on a Caribbean cruise aboard the Rhapsody of the Seas, a ship operated by Royal Caribbean Cruises, in March 1998. Amy Bradley's family, consisting of her parents Ron and Iva Bradley and her brother Brad, embarked on a week-long cruise on March 21st, 1998. The cruise was intended as a family trip, combining relaxation with the joy of exploration. Amy was seen for the last time in the early hours of March 24th, 1998. She was witnessed by her family on their cabin's balcony in the wee hours, around 5:30 a.m., after attending a party on the ship. Her disappearance was noted later that morning when her family found she was not in her cabin or anywhere else on the ship. Upon realizing Amy was missing, her family immediately alerted the ship's crew, prompting a search on the vessel. They pleaded with the crew to keep all the passengers on board the ship. However, sadly, this was not done. The ship was en route to Curaçao, in the Antilles, at the time of her disappearance. Despite thorough searches of the ship and inquiries among passengers and crew, no sign of Amy was found on board. The FBI got involved, as did various other agencies, given the international waters where the disappearance occurred. However, these efforts yielded no concrete evidence or leads as to Amy's whereabouts. Investigations into Amy Bradley's disappearance faced significant challenges. The lack of security footage capturing her movements on the ship in her final hours compounded the mystery. Several passengers reported seeing Amy in the early hours of March 24th, adding credibility to the timeline established by her family. Theories about what happened ranged from accidental overboard falling to abduction. Another theory involves a potential conflict with a member of the ship's band. However, Amy is confirmed to have returned to her room on the night in question, and as discussed, she was seen by her family in the morning. Over the years, there have been reported sightings of Amy in various Caribbean islands. One notable claim came from a sailor who reported seeing her in a house of ill repute in Curaçao in 1998, suggesting she might have been kidnapped and been a victim of human trafficking. Other sightings were reported in the years following her disappearance, but none led to a definitive conclusion on her fate. The I-70 Killer. The I-70 Killer is a term used to describe an unidentified individual responsible for a series of slayings that occurred in 1992. These acts took place along the Interstate 70 corridor, spanning across several states including Indiana, Missouri, Kansas, and Texas. This case has haunted investigators and the public for decades due to its seemingly random nature and the killer's ability to evade capture. The series of slayings began on April 8, 1992, with Robin Fuldauer in Indianapolis, Indiana. Fuldauer was a manager of a shoe store and was last spotted alive at 1:30 on that day. Her body was subsequently discovered in the back of the store. Despite the nature of the act, virtually nothing was taken from the store, suggesting robbery was not a primary motivation. Over the next 3 months, 6 more victims were slain, with the last known ending occurring on May 7, 1992. The victims were predominantly young women working alone in small retail stores or shops. There is no known motivation for the slayings. The killer only ever took nominal sums of money, and despite women being the primary target, they were thankfully not subject to indecent acts. The investigation into the I-70 murders was extensive, involving multiple law enforcement agencies across the states where the slayings occurred. Despite the efforts to find connections between the victims, no personal link was established, leading investigators to theorize that the selection of victims was opportunistic. The proximity of the crime scenes to I-70 suggested a perpetrator who was familiar with the area and possibly used the interstate for quick escapes. A significant breakthrough in the case was the discovery of ballistic evidence linking the murders together, confirming the same weapon was used in each instance. Witnesses provided descriptions of a suspect, a white male of average height with a slender build, and in some cases, noted to have sandy blonde or reddish hair. Estimates of his age vary widely, with estimates ranging from him being in his early 20s to his late 30s. Composite sketches were circulated, but no definitive suspect was identified. The investigation also explored the possibility of the killer changing his appearance or using disguises to avoid detection, though again, nothing was confirmed. The case presented a number of challenges for law enforcement. Primarily, the geographic spread of the slayings across multiple jurisdictions complicated coordination and information sharing among agencies. No suspects have ever been publicly identified in relation to this case. The I-70 Strangler. The I-70 Strangler is a term coined for an unidentified suspect believed to be responsible for a series of slayings along the Interstate 70 corridor from 1980 to 1991. Unlike the I-70 killer, who used a firearm, the Strangler's method of killing was through strangulation, pointing to a different modus operandi. Further, the two had very different victim profiles, with the Strangler targeting gay men exclusively. The series of incidents attributed to the I-70 Strangler began to surface when bodies of young men were discovered in rural areas adjacent to Interstate 70. Unlike the I-70 killer, police have publicly stated that Herb Baumeister, a suspected serial killer, was likely, though not certainly, responsible for the slayings. Unfortunately, when the police issued a warrant for his arrest in connection to a then thought to be unrelated series of serial slayings, Baumeister consensually ended himself without confessing to these horrific crimes. And yes, you heard me correctly. When this guy consented to his own end, he had been operating in a way that the authorities assumed him to be two separate serial killers. Capitol Hill Mystery Soda Machine. The Capitol Hill Mystery Soda Machine was a mysterious vending machine in Seattle, Washington, that garnered widespread curiosity and speculation. Located in the Capitol Hill neighborhood, this soda machine was famous for its unpredictability and mystery, as no one knew who stocked or maintained it. Adding to its allure, the machine's buttons were labeled Mystery, dispensing random soda cans, some of which were rare or hadn't been produced in years. For decades, this vintage machine, appearing to be from the late 1970s or early 1980s, stood mysteriously on the street corner. Despite its seemingly ordinary exterior, the mystery soda machine became a local legend and an odd tourist attraction. What set this machine apart was not just its age, but the fact that its selection buttons were labeled not with specific soda names, but with the word mystery. For a mere 75 cents, customers could press a button and receive a random soda can. The selection ranged from common brands to obscure and discontinued flavors, baffling those who used it. No one claimed ownership or responsibility for the machine's upkeep, and attempts to find out who refilled it led nowhere, deepening the mystery. It operated with an autonomy that seemed almost supernatural, with its contents changing and the machine itself showing signs of age but never breaking down. Speculation about the machine's origins and maintenance ranged from it being a social experiment, an art installation, to theories involving local business owners, or even more off-the-wall ideas about time travelers and parallel universes. The mystery was compounded by the lack of surveillance and the machine's consistent operation, despite never being visibly restocked during the day. In June 2018, the machine suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a message from the supposed owners stating it had gone for a walk and needed some time to find itself. As of February 2024, the machine is apparently still out for a walk. Let's hope it finds itself soon and returns home. Mr. Cruel. The Mr. Cruel case is one of Australia's most notorious unsolved criminal cases, spanning from the late 1980s to the early 1990s in Melbourne. The first known attack attributed to Mr. Cruel occurred in August 1987, when he broke into a home in Lower Plenty, attacking two children while their parents were bound and gagged. This pattern of behavior, breaking into homes at night, binding the victims, and meticulously avoiding leaving physical evidence, became his modus operandi. His most infamous crimes involved the abduction and subsequent release of 3 girls from their homes between 1988 and 1990. Unfortunately, unspeakable acts were committed in the process. He is also suspected to have abducted and slain a child in 1991. Sadly, this case remains unsolved over 30 years later. Given his ability to avoid leaving behind any meaningful evidence, I have to question if he is someone involved in forensic investigations in some capacity. Rex Farrell. Hitman, a technical manual for independent contractors, is a controversial book published in 1983 by Paladin Press, written under the pseudonym Rex Farrell. The book purports to be a guide on how to be a successful hitman, covering a range of topics from the logistics of slaying for hire to practical advice on avoiding detection by law enforcement. Its publication sparked debate about the responsibility of publishers in distributing content that could potentially be used for criminal purposes. The manual delves into various aspects of the profession, including surveillance techniques, effective methods for ending a target, strategies for creating false identities, and tips for evading the police. It's written in a cold, instructional tone, with no moralizing about ethics. The book treats its subject matter with a disturbing level of detachment, presenting the quote-unquote business as just another profession. Unfortunately, a number of real-life slayings were linked to the usage of the book. Fortunately, these criminals were caught, because the advice in the book may not have been the most accurate. And that brings us to the unsolved mystery. Who is Rex Farrell? Well, according to an investigative report published by the Washington Post in 1998, Rex Farrell may have been a mother of 2 who cobbled together the work on the basis of, you guessed it, movies. Alternatively, or in conjunction with the above theory, I would suggest that the book may have been a honeypot. I can only imagine the fastest way to end up on an FBI watch list in 1983 was to go to your local bookstore and inquire about this supposed manual. And once again, in conjunction with the above theories, or perhaps alternatively, the book may have simply been intended as a work of fiction about the life of a hitman. Generally, I would look at a book in my research, but for obvious reasons, I didn't go seeking out the PDF for this one, and I haven't actually read the contents. Gloria Ramirez, the Toxic Lady. Gloria Ramirez, dubbed the Toxic Lady, became the center of a medical mystery on February 19, 1994, in Riverside, California. Ramirez was admitted to the emergency room of Riverside General Hospital with symptoms of advanced cervical cancer. However, the situation escalated bizarrely when hospital staff began falling ill after being exposed to her body fluids. On the evening of her admission, Ramirez was extremely ill and confused. Medical staff noticed an oily sheen on her body and a fruity, garlic-like odor that they could not identify. When a nurse drew blood from Ramirez, the syringe seemed to contain manila-colored particles, and the smell emanating from her blood was described as ammonia-like. Shortly after, several staff members attending to Ramirez began to suffer from symptoms like fainting, shortness of breath, and nausea. A total of 23 people became ill, and 5 were hospitalized. The hospital declared a code hazardous material emergency. Ramirez was isolated, and the emergency room was evacuated. Despite efforts to save her, Ramirez died from kidney failure related to her cancer approximately 45 minutes after her arrival at the hospital. The bizarre incident led to investigations by several agencies, including the Department of Health and Human Services, OSHA, and the California Department of Health and Safety. Initial theories ranged from Ramirez secreting toxic substances due to her cancer or treatments, to mass hysteria among the hospital staff. However, none of these explanations fully accounted for the physical symptoms experienced by the healthcare workers. The official explanation, provided months later by scientists at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, proposed that Ramirez had been using dimethyl sulfoxide, DMSO, a solvent used as a powerful degreaser and also as an alternative medicine, to relieve her pain. They theorized that DMSO in her system might have built up because of her urinary blockage caused by her cancer. Oxygen administered by paramedics could have converted the DMSO into dimethyl sulfone, DMSO2. Then, in the ER, the electric shocks administered during attempts to resuscitate her could have converted DMSO2 into dimethyl sulfate, DMSO4, a highly toxic substance known to cause paralysis, delirium, convulsions, and damage to the heart, liver, and kidneys. However, this theory is entirely dependent upon Ramirez actually using DMSO and an extremely unlikely chain of events. The death of Gloria Ramirez still remains a medical mystery, with the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory theory being, in reality, more of a hypothesis. Zombocom. Zombo.com, pronounced Zombocom on the website itself, is a website that became an internet phenomenon due to its unique content and mysterious purpose. Launched in 1999, it features a simple flash animation accompanied by a voiceover welcoming visitors to Zombocom, a website where, quote, anything is possible. The site's minimalist design consists of multicolored circles pulsating in the background, while the voiceover repeats a message of endless possibility and welcome, without offering any specific services, products, or information. Zombocom was apparently created as a satirical take on the early internet's overly optimistic and often baseless hype surrounding the potential of websites. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, the internet was burgeoning as a commercial and social space, with many websites promising revolutionary services and experiences. Zombocom is theorized to have parodied this trend by creating a site that promised everything, but delivered nothing whatsoever. The mystery surrounding Zombocom stems from its intentional lack of purpose or explanation within the website itself. Unlike other websites that evolve or update to maintain relevance, Zombocom has remained virtually unchanged since its inception, further contributing to its status. This consistency raises questions about its continued existence and the intentions of its creator. Speculation about Zombocom's purpose ranges from it being an art project, a social experiment, or simply a long-running joke. At any rate, the days of websites promising the world and delivering nothing are long over. So perhaps the real mystery is why this website is still maintained. Alternatively, Zombocom is going to be doing something real big real soon. Remember, anything is possible at Zombocom. The only limit is your imagination. Seishoseki, the Japanese killing stone. The Japanese killing stone, known as Seishoseki, or the Death Stone, is an infamous object in Japanese folklore. Located in the Nasu region of Tochigi Prefecture, this volcanic rock is said to be able to kill anyone who comes in contact with it. The legend of the killing stone is closely linked to the story of Tamamo no Mae, a beautiful woman who served in the imperial court of Emperor Toba during the 12th century. According to legend, Tamamo no Mae was not merely a woman, but a nine-tailed fox who had transformed into a human. She was eventually exposed as a fox demon causing the emperor's illness and was hunted down by warriors. According to the legend, this fox spirit was said to be employed by an evil warlord, intent on securing the throne for himself. After being killed, her spirit became the Seishoseki, a stone that emits poisonous gases, killing those who come too close. Over the centuries, the Sessho became a symbol of curses and the supernatural in Japanese culture. It attracted visitors and pilgrims, some drawn by curiosity, and others by the desire to experience the spiritual and eerie atmosphere surrounding the stone. The site where the stone sat has been marked by Shinto practices, with people offering prayers, incense, and other rituals to appease the spirit of Tamamo no Mae and ward off bad luck. Also, I'm not sure if it's correct to speak about the stone in the past tense now, but in 2022, a significant event occurred. The stone split in two for no apparent reason. The cause and meaning of the breaking of the killing stone became subject to significant speculation online in 2022 and since. I wasn't able to find any meaningful information on how common it is for a large volcanic stone to just spontaneously break like this. Perhaps this is a routine occurrence with large volcanic stones. If this is within your area of expertise, I would love to know the answer in the comments below. At any rate, the local government had Shinto priests conduct a purification ritual soon after the stone broke, so hopefully that took care of any evil fox spirits that were released. That said, in the months following the breaking of the killing stone and the alleged release of the fox spirit, Shinzo Abe, the former Japanese prime minister, met his untimely end at the hands of an assassin. These two events have been hypothesized to be related in some circles. However, no evidence whatsoever has been offered to support this theory. The Urang Medan. The Urang Medan is a purported ship at the center of a maritime mystery. However, the story is shrouded in uncertainty regarding its existence and the events that supposedly transpired aboard. According to widely circulated accounts, the Urang Medan was found adrift in the Straits of Malacca, or the Dutch East Indies waters in 1947 or 1948, with various sources providing conflicting details about the timing and location. According to accounts, the ship may have been traveling from southern China to Costa Rica. According to the story, a distress call was received by several ships, indicating that the crew of the Urang Medan was dead, followed by indecipherable Morse code, and a final message, "I die." When the ship was boarded by the crew of the Silver Star, an American rescue ship, they allegedly found the entire crew of the Urang Medan dead, with their faces frozen in terror and no visible signs of injuries. Some proposed causes for this event have been hypothesized. One theory suggests that the ship was involved in smuggling hazardous chemicals or nerve agents, which were inadvertently released, killing the crew and leading to the ship's destruction. Another theory involves carbon monoxide poisoning, resulting from malfunctioning or poorly ventilated boilers, which could have killed the crew without leaving visible marks. However, this does not fully explain the reported expressions of terror on the faces of the deceased. More speculative explanations have included paranormal phenomena, such as ghost ships or extraterrestrial intervention. In my view, the real reason for the mysterious and unexplainable circumstances surrounding the passing of the crew is that that event did not exist. A cursory search of the evidence indicates that no ship called the Urang Medan was ever registered anywhere. Further, there are no maritime insurance records associated with such a ship. However, these inconsistencies could potentially be explained away by the collapse of the Dutch East Indies, and records being lost in the process. What cannot be explained is the Silver Star, the alleged rescue ship. The Silver Star was supposedly an American ship. However, there are no records of a ship by this name being active in the region. Further casting doubt on the story is the lack of any consistent details about the ship. My verdict on the Urang Medan can be summed up simply. To quote Jonathan Frakes, "This one is pure fiction. It was invented in a writer's room. It's a lie. It's not true. We made it up." The woman in the polka dot dress. The woman in the polka dot dress is a figure associated with the ending of Senator Robert F. Kennedy, commonly known as RFK, on June 5, 1968, at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, California. This unidentified woman became a focal point of conspiracy theories and investigations due to witness accounts that placed her at the scene of the slaying, suggesting a potential involvement in the events leading to Kennedy's death. After RFK was shot by Sirhan in the hotel's kitchen pantry, several witnesses reported seeing a woman wearing a polka dot dress in the vicinity before and after the shooting. These accounts describe her as appearing to be in her early 20s, with a distinctive polka dot dress. The most compelling testimony came from Sandra Serrano, a campaign worker for Kennedy, who claimed she saw a woman and two men, one of whom she later identified as Sirhan, entering the hotel together. Serrano's account included a chilling detail. Upon exiting the hotel after the shooting, the woman in the polka dot dress appeared to be excited, allegedly stating, "We shot him. We shot him." When asked who was shot, she purportedly replied, "Senator Kennedy." Despite the gravity of these witness statements, the Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI conducted investigations that concluded Sirhan acted alone, and no conclusive evidence was found to link the woman in the polka dot dress to the assassination. The lack of physical evidence, coupled with inconsistencies in witness testimonies, led authorities to dismiss the theory that she was involved in a larger conspiracy. To this day, the woman in the polka dot dress remains an enigmatic figure, with no confirmed proof of her existence. In terms of what actually happened here, this may have been a case of mass hysteria in light of an extremely traumatic event. Alternatively, the woman in the polka dot dress may have had some sort of breakdown in response to witnessing the act. I find it hard to believe that someone involved in a conspiracy of this nature would exit the hotel hooting and hollering about successfully pulling off the act. If you made it this far, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. I'm constantly creating new content for you to enjoy. Also, if you want to be a true Chad or Chadette, join the Patreon or Lazy Chill Zone YouTube membership club. All the cool cats are doing it. Check the link in the description. Shout out to my patrons Noah Schubert, Kazakh Cutie, and Kurt the Squirt. Until next time, stay healthy and peace out.